Have you played with Happy at all, Hillbilly?
Once, like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, it's weird because like when I get on, like I got on earlier and it was like Happy was on 6 hours ago, Broke was on 5 hours ago, Hillbilly was on 7 hours ago. So you guys are still on around the same time. I thought you were all playing together, and then I remembered when Broke said I'm not even on his friends list. I was like, oh yeah, where are we going? We had it marked and then they didn't.
I was just going over to where the mark was, but now the mark's not there, so.
I don't remember where it was either.
I had it like somewhere in the reality area. I don't know why it went away. Maybe because I got into this fucking wind tunnel.
I'm gonna just land by the tree.
I'm not far from it. I'm right here.
Yeah, he's got a new group of people that he's playing with, and I don't really care for any of them, so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care. Like, I just didn't want, like, I'm always weird about if somebody feels like damn, they just like casted me out or whatever, but really kind of casted himself out. But we were all, every time, I mean, we all, like, when he came in to play, we all played. It's not like we were like, I would say we could have applied for sainthood with some of the shit we just let roll off our back.
Yeah.
Except for Drew. Drew doesn't get sainthood because he snapped right away on it.
I just watched someone come up the zip line, stand up on the edge for a second, and then walk back off.
Like, you know what? On second thought, I'm out. I gotta get that point to this bounty board. I gotta do 3 bounties, I think.
It's always fun when I complete challenges without doing a challenge.
That's what I was doing for a while. I was leveling up like crazy.
The other day when I was playing with Broke, I think I started at like level 45. And by the end of the night, I was at like level 69 or 70.
Yeah, because I think there's a lot of them that are group assists now, so it's not like this one is, and the rest of them aren't. There's a lot that are.
Just saw a boar jump on a mushroom.
Well, I had a chicken launch over at me when I was playing. I think it was the other day when we were playing, Drew. Motherfucking chicken like hit that angle launcher and like ended up right in front of me, like dropped in front of me, like, here's your food. The shots from up ahead then. What the fuck? What? Oh my god, that's not the gun I wanted. There's a gold sniper here, a gold lever. Yo, what the fuck? Oh my god. Dude, I can't get it and this truck's in the way. I'm gonna have to blow the truck up. Huh. It's fucked up, dude. And it's gonna blow the gas pumps up then. Oh, it's my sapling. Check that out.
Oh, is it yours?
Yeah, I didn't even realize I had one.
Oh, I got one. Oh, that was mine. That is already. There's another seed. Anybody got chugs?
No. These might give you chugs though. Hillbillies might. Well, sometimes they give you chugs. There's campsites and shit down here. They might have some too. I have a feeling we're about to run into some folks.
Tree down by the riverbank over there.
I think they might be back at They might be back toward Greasy too. I'm guessing they're gonna be in Greasy. There's still a lot behind us, hillbilly, so be careful that they don't try to rotate in on us. I'm looking for any movement, but I don't see it right now. Oh, they're gonna be at tilted. Look, that's where the circle's ending up. Yep. That's completely the opposite way.
I got someone gliding over me. Headed too Greasy.
Come on. We're going out of the circle, guys. There's some oh, shots fired west. It's this way somewhere. If we start backing up to the circle, they'll come out to us. coming. I hate being at this area of the map with it closing in.
In the river. You just went up the hill that way.
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty,
Hitting for 100. Fuck.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, fuck off! Come on, it wouldn't let me switch to my build. Shouldn't even got close to him. I should have known.
If I wouldn't have hit
I can't fucking hit the broadside of a barn.
If I wouldn't have hit the first guy that he marked with the fucking like 110 or whatever it was, I wouldn't have.
I'll do it, baby. It'll get done.
They lumpy pandas? Like, what's that? I mean, like,
The fat Chinese person.
they don't exist.
You know, right, the sumo? That's Japanese. I'm racist.
We know.
I called somebody black.
Yeah, that's why you're a fish wearing those sunglasses trying to fit in with the hood, motherfucker. Over there looking like, Kanye.
You guys go here too?
Does that go on the wall or is that just like a deer head? Turn around, buddy. Oh, he didn't hear me. I want to know how they got a fucking taxidermy fucking deer head in the fucking vault, and I couldn't. You mean to tell me that some fucking hunting enthusiast fucking had a key? Fuck out of here. Give me that.
And not just that, he took the time to hang it on the wall as if he was going to come and admire it.
I know, he probably had to stand on the little safe that got the gold in it and shit.
Fucking, the chair he was standing on tipped out from under him and he fucking fell and landed on the gold and shit.
I love gold. We should play Arena.
You really want to lose? I'll try it.
Nah,
It's
that's
a lot.
easier in my opinion. Well, it depends on the time of day, but it's because everybody boxes up and don't want to fight. They want to just
It's
box
funny.
up to a final circle.
It's me and Hillbilly, like when we play super late into the night and we're playing, it's like duos. It'll be like 5:30 and we're getting our ass whooped, and then like 6 o'clock rolls around and we get like 4 in a row.
Yep. As soon as
It's like they're fucking. It's like sweats are vampires. As soon as they see the sun coming over the horizon, they fucking. Where we going?
we go to a boat. I think that's a boat.
That's my boat. Yeah, it's a boat.
Dad, I got some ice cream. Oh shit, I heard. Wow.
If an illegal kid fights off a bad-minded adult, is that still considered Alien versus Predator?
Yep.
Okay. Thanks for telling me that.
You heard that too?
Yeah.
I didn't know that everybody heard it. I must have changed the settings.
Now you know for when you cheat at Are You Smarter?
How am I gonna cheat in something I don't play? I played that shit one time and won. And
Yeah, I played in. I played in one and actually.
When I won, like I'm like y'all some asses.
Yeah.
Like,
I played and actually didn't enjoy it
definitely
as much as I
cheats.
did hosting, so.
I want to know who's commenting. Just tell me who the fuck it is commenting, because if not, then I gotta go look.
Your mom. Oh, snap.
It could be. Yeah. It should be in the lives and shit. They stuff in the fucking bowl and shit. I'm like, damn, like, he was like, yo, your mom's in here. I'm like, damn. Thought she was bad. I was about to smoke this shit.
Uh-huh.
This game is fucking up.
I'm staying here along the outskirts of the waters and seeing what's got to offer here. There's a circle all the way at the edge here.
This is your mom. I found your stash of dry socks under your bed. Like WTF, did you waste all the ironing starch?
Who the fuck irons? That was like a thing in the fucking 90s. And I never knew what starch fucking did until ROTC and I had to make a fucking college stay down and shit.
Oh, Brent gave me a master class on what all that shit does. Like, Shark, seriously, I don't want to fucking play. Leave me alone. You shooting at somebody or?
Fucking trying to blow all these pigs up.
I got people by me.
I'm coming.
They're up by the vault.
I only have an AR, so I don't got a sniper or a DMR. Never found one. Fuck, I see it. Is that him? No. Fuck, I'm coming.
Oh shit, I landed in a tree.
Hitting for 42.
You little cunt.
What? Yeah, I'm about to be dead.
They're in both boxes too.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be it for me too.
Alright, well, I'll see you like February.
Yeah, what's February gonna be the start of what season? No, that'll probably be what, like
It's the Valentine's, I know it's the Valentine's Heroes, but I think it's still Frost Night until March, and then it turns to Springtime Heroes.
Nah, I don't think it'll be for. Is it?
Yeah, it's December, January, February, it's 3 months, so yeah, March.
Damn. I'm over here
I
rushing.
think the
Thinking
last
I
one
got 3
started,
days to finish these
yeah.
challenges and shit.
Oh no, for this one, yeah, this one's done in 3 days, my
No,
bad.
that's what I'm saying.
I thought
But
you were
at
about
all
to,
the other
oh yeah.
seasons, the venture ended when the battle royale ended.
Yeah, yeah, it ends in 3 days, yeah.
So what? So Venture still got 3 more months?
Yeah, because Ventures just started a week ago.
That didn't start a week ago.
They, or 2 weeks ago, whatever it was.
Like a
Um,
month and a half ago.
no, it was no early
The weekend.
November.
No, it was the weekend before Halloween. It was Fortnite. Right? And what are we in?
No,
Mid-December?
Fort Nightmares went until the first week of November.
So Fortnite was only like 2 weeks?
No, September. It started September 6th.
That's weird. Until when? September to when?
To November 8th or something.
That's weird. That is weird.
You need to go to sleep. It's late. 3 o'clock in the morning. You got school.
Look at Joe fancy
It's
shit.
3 o'clock in the morning. You got school tomorrow. Hmm? Yeah, it's 3 o'clock.
Does anyone else
Let me
feel
answer. I think you made Donahue quit Fortnite.
Well, I know he, a little bit before he was like coming around like very rarely, but he was on the Xbox.
Yeah.
But it always says his Donahue account is online, but it doesn't say that he's on Fortnite.
Yeah, mine says it. Mine says if he hasn't been on Fortnite in like 6 weeks.
Oh shit, I got my phone open. Yeah, it says he's online
Legendary
right
troll
now.
stash garbage.
Oh shit, I thought I finished it. Why is this shit not loading? What's this motherfucker do? I might keep him and not in the book just because he does the fucking constructor shit, but I probably still won't use him.
I gotta make the rest of my fucking hero loadouts do something. I got 5 and I have 10 available. I'll be right back. You can start it. I'll be done by then.
Holy shit. sneak some weed on the plane, but I just can't. Way down yonder on the Chattahoochee, it gets harder than a hoochie coochie. Down by the river on Friday night.
Can't. Ugh, gross. Nope.
I fucking wanted to grab some of that shit out of my room, and on my way downstairs, I had like in the palm of my hand to take over here for when I had a drink. And I poured myself a fucking drink, and as I turned my hand to dump it, all the shit fell out of the palm of my hand onto my floor. I'm like, fuck! I had to go get more. You ever do that shit?
All the time. Like not that specific.
When I used to like, well, right when like when that shit happened with Jimmy, and I had that thing where I like played with my hair and shit because I was like a nervous tick. I would always like fucking forget I had some in my hand because I didn't take it yet, and fucking dump it in my head, like on my head, and be like, God damn it. Yo, I spawned in the middle of fucking like 19 huts.
Yeah, me too.
All of them on fire.
Can't.
Oh my god, what level are these fucking guys? Holy shit, I'm out.
58.
So I gotta be able to, I'm gotta be close to that. Fuck. Fuck off, Raptor, bro. I'm having enough time with this fucking taker. Oh my god, I swear to god, I'm gonna fucking smash this fucking game into a million fucking pieces. If it ain't a fucking husk, it's a fucking taker. If it ain't a taker, it's a fucking raptor. If it ain't a raptor, it's a fucking wolf. I'm getting supply crazy. Oh.
Sorry.
I can't look at my inventory and shit. I'm gonna have to change my whole fucking class. Then I got something throwing stuff at me, like, over here. I can't do shit. Oh my god.
No.
Fucking Dale told me to hit him up. He wanted to talk to me about some stuff. And I messaged him today. And I was like, hey, let me know whenever you're available to talk. I wanted to run something by you anyway. Make sure that you were good with like what I had envisioned for your end of things. And he was like, yeah, man, let's talk. I was like, yep, let me know. It's nothing.
Yeah, sometimes I don't know. That motherfucker, like, he likes to be on the phone for most of the time.
I get offended that he just didn't do it because he's just easy going. It's like, oh yeah, man, sorry, forgot.
Sorry. Nope. No. Nope.
Well, what do we gotta do yet? We got like 13 games, supply crate. Alright.
Can't.
Oh, it's slacking.
Sorry.
Anything good in there?
Nope. 2 snipers and a fucking 60 melee. Every fucking gun that I get, though, is fucking water out of the fucking machine.
They've been putting the fire ones out a little bit though. Like, compared to other seasons when it was like electric, you couldn't find nothing but electric. With fire, you can find nothing but fire. This one, they seem to throw a little mix in there. Probably so people didn't go too heavy on a certain... Oh, we gotta search fucking 16 more things, and I'll do the trees right now. I keep losing track of what we're supposed to be doing. We gotta search some shit. 24 of 25 piles of trash. And 25. Search anything. Okay.
Nope. Sorry. Can't.
18 out of 30. We got 2.5 minutes to get 12 more. I'm about to get it right here.
Nope.
25. Shut up, bitch. Goggle.
Keep an eye on your objectives. Smash it, grab it, and get ready to run. We're heading home.
Sorry.
There we go. Collect mushrooms. I could probably go do that quick.
Nope. Can't.
Or not. Now that I fucking... I'm looking for them. Your gun is digging into my hip.
Can't.
Oh, shit. Hey, guys, some mushrooms?
No. Nope. Yeah, I see you.
Fucking mad quartz, but now they're fucking gonna be coming at me and I'm not gonna be able to get it. Fucking bitches. On a second mushroom, not a third. They got me.
Can't. Nope.
Bonus challenge success. Good job, team.
Fuck, there was mushrooms right in front of me.
Bonus challenge success. Good job, team.
Be right back.
Just because your woman can't be a superwoman doesn't mean she wants to be.
No, I was playing, I just had to see them. Got some of them more. I'll let you blew it. Yeah, in the morning, yes we do. You need to go to bed now, though. You better not fall asleep in school. Yeah, I don't think I told you the other day, but, so, like, the reason, like, I had that shit to give you is because that girl got out of jail or whatever. And she used to live here, so she was like, I'm just coming to get my stuff. because I don't think she knew if like how I feel about it, which I don't care. Like she's a nice person. She just got, you know, problems or whatever. But so she comes here and goes up to my roommate's room because that's where all her shit is. And her friend comes over. Her friend is Jill's dad's girlfriend. Like,
Yeah, I heard you saying something about it, but that was about it.
yeah. But she was here. She was here, and it was like 10:30 at night, and I fell asleep. And her friend comes down and like fucking like taps me on my cheek hard as shit. And I wake up and she is in my face. And she was like, "Do you have Narcan?" And I was like, "I don't even know what the fuck that looks like." And I was like, "Come on, don't tell me." She got out of jail. It was her first fucking hit. An overdose in my fucking roommate's bedroom. This chick, Jill's dad's girlfriend, ran 3 blocks up to her house to get her Narcan, came back, and fucking brought her back to life and shit. Fucking, I was like, yo, like, and then, like, she, like, up and left. I think she was embarrassed or whatever. And I didn't know she was here. I didn't really care if she was here or not. She heard me, and Brittany said something about, yeah, but she doesn't need all that. I was like, no, she doesn't need to be fucking doing heroin in my house with my kids here. So, and I don't really yell, you know. I'm usually calm about shit, and I left to take Bella to her friend's house, and when I got back, she was on the porch. She was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." Like, well, and I was like, I wouldn't even care, like, but my fucking kids are here, man. And if you overdose in my house 3 weeks before Christmas, like, I have, like, that's my kids' Christmas forever is ruined. Like, this is what they're gonna associate it with. But that shit is not fair. Like, she was like, "Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean," like,
Survivor in danger.
I feel bad for her. She, like, asked, Brittany said she had, like, a real, like, fucked up childhood and shit. And she's been, like, getting high since she was, like, 13. She's only 23. But she's another one that's, like, I would have definitely, like, I'll still probably help her, but I would have been a lot more inclined to help her if the first thing she did when she got out of jail wasn't fucking heroin, you know what I mean? Like, you can't be that serious about it.
No. Nope.
Keep up the good work.
Don't tell me what to do. Oh, fuck, I can't look at my challenges.
Survivor in danger. Please help.
This way.
No one's gonna believe this. You saved my life. Thanks.
I had to switch my fucking controller.
Can't. Sorry.
Really? You survivor in danger.
No. Can't. Nope.
I gotta build a radar tower too. Category 2, shielders, destroy store shelves. And build a radar tower.
No.
I actually made it a point, like, in the, hold on.
Nope.
Thank you. I was getting worried. I know it's a lot to ask.
The message thing with the fire in the hole, to say, like,
Check your map for the location of the
because
med.
somebody said something, and they, like, apologized to everybody for something. I don't remember what it was, but I was like, I'm tired of negativity overall. Like, it's not what we're here for. If you want to do that, there's plenty of places to go. This isn't one of them. I know people say all the time, like, I don't like drama. We're being serious though.
Can't.
We're not just saying it because it's a good thing to say. Like, I'm fucking so tired of negativity. We're supposed to be here, like, for each other and, like, thinking, like, fuck all them other groups that, like, think that they're, like, you know, we're the best ones and supposed to take pride in that, not fucking try and tear each other down. There's plenty of people outside of this you can tear down.
Can't. Sorry.
We
Another
need
one.
more people like you.
No. Nope.
Bro, what are you doing? You can't be running toward the fucking biggest one. Yep, and I'm trying to give it to you, fucking idiot.
Life saved.
Sorry.
Get rid of some of these fucking traps, holy shit.
Can't. Sorry.
I gotta go get a board too, I gotta start doing that.
No.
I gotta start looking at what my dailies are too.
Nope.
Survivor in danger.
Oh, I'm coming, you fucking piece of shit. Way to rain in my parade.
Building. Can't.
You're just standing there, man. You just stand there.
Sorry.
That's incredible.
No.
We need more people like
Nope.
you.
Oh, we got 10 minutes still. Where am I?
Can't.
Oh, yourself, whole bag.
Sorry. Nope. A little building.
Another stage light.
Let's get out of here.
Survivor in danger.
Fuck.
No. Can't. Sorry. Nope.
Where does Ho go? Okay, down in the basement shit?
No.
You find my medkit? I'm a piece of shit and I don't take care of anything. It is a lot to have. Matter of fact, so much ass just sucking my dick when I get back. I wanna feel the mustache heads.
I got the naked.
Gross.
Alright, where's this fucker's thing at?
I got it.
Alright. You got it already, you said?
Yeah, I got the medkit. You just gotta go back to it.
Alright. I'm fucking right now.
We're gonna need a bigger base.
No, we're not. They're sleeping outside.
Survivor in danger.
Whoa, did that just give me what I think it did? Aw, you bitch. Give me the vacuum tube, bro, not the fucking... That was nice to have the fucking Xenon, bro, right there. Should open the box. What's it called? Chest over here. Christmas tree melee, and then a fucking like pulsar type gun. I forget which one it is. Not the deatomizer, but it's not the pistol either.
Sorry. Can't. Nope.
Survivor
Yeah.
in danger.
Yeah, I can't remember.
That would be a sniper. I was gonna say, I just ran into the fucking survivor on the way.
The job is surrounded.
Then move, idiot.
Win-win.
Nope. Sorry.
I got so many more to eliminate with a fucking melee.
No. Sorry.
5 minutes left.
Can't.
Oh, that's definitely a bummer.
Nope.
Alrighty. Let me get down underneath. Alright. Again, I know you're trying to be positive, but you're coming off as a little bitchy, robot.
Can't. No.
Ooh, I almost died.
Can't. Nope.
Ah, you make it.
Let's get out of here.
And then that motherfucker got the balls to say, thanks, let's get out of here. Like he came and saved me and shit. There's no dangerous out here, let's get out of here. No one close by. I don't think so. You know what the last lady got that said no to me? Ignored. Alright, I gotta get blue real quick. What the fuck? Alright, got it. I don't know if this is the last one or not, but... Whoa, why did it say I only had one?
Good save.
The fuck? Okay, wait, it still says 1 out of 2. There's a survivor down there. Let's think that we got 1 out of 2 blue glowing for.
Sorry.
Here it comes. 30 seconds left.
What the fuck is below me? That's adding exclamation points. Oh my god. Let me in. Damn, one shell swoop before going to the shell.
I can't believe it. That was nearly.
Ooh, what's here? What's here? No, what's in here?
Sorry. No.
Oh no, I don't need a sniper rifle, you piece of shit. I wanted a shotgun. I just wasted mad fucking malachite on a bullshit ass gun.
You can recycle it. They'll give you the same amount back.
Yeah. Did you hear what I just said?
What happened?
So I think there's something
Does
wrong with
anyone
Brittany.
else feel transparent?
Because when I got home yesterday from your house, after being there for 2.5 hours, she didn't say a word about it.
Yeah.
Like, bitch, you falling off or what? You terminally ill? Like, why you letting shit slide, bro? We both know that's not you.
Finally fucking unlocked the fucking levels that my challenges are for, and none of the missions are.
Of course.
to drive itself than it is for a human to drive it. Do you believe that kind of science?
Yeah. People are dumb. Computers are smart.
But isn't it dangerous to do something?
What are we doing here? Alright. I'll be a constructor because I got plenty of mats and shit. Dude, I did really want to quickly. I'll have time to click on. Only look at that.
Outer space games are straight.
Recently, Joe. I need y'all to do this exercise with me. I need y'all to breathe in. This is exhale. Beat produced by him. Focus. This is different. I mean, to make sure we on the same page, I am the rap game sage. It's smoke for all demon time and hysteria. This is the age of Aquarius. Tap in. I know this track gonna cost.
Thank you. I was getting worried. I know it's a lot to ask. I really can't live without it. It's somewhere nearby.
Check your map for the location of the medkit. Standing by to gather storm intel, Commander. Let's launch that van.
Fill her up if you'd be so kind. I need to get back up in those clouds.
We're headed your way. Make sure to see any blue glow you see.
Yeah, I think one of these days you should just come down here. We can like go around here and do some random like shots too, even if it's like me and you in front of the Reading station or something, because that's like a pivotal thing. Or and then we can do like if we wanted to like try like do reels or whatever, we'd do a reel. Like we do all that shit. And I can show you that my like setup and you know, so we was doing like the shit with the stickers and all that shit. Figure out how to like set it up that it's gonna be the best.
Where are you gonna do it at? Like in the living room? Or like
Well, I got the basement is for like where I do the woodworking and shit, and there's a lot of dust. So that's my only worry about it, 'cause like that stuff has to be like you have to, you can't get any dust around it while it's drying and shit, or it'll look like shit. So I gotta have like, I have a third floor bathroom that's non-functional, and it's a big ass room, dude. Like for a bathroom especially. And I'm thinking about emptying that out and having it all set up there. Cause heat rises, so even if it's like cold or whatever, that's gonna be the last place to get cold if I am trying like dry shit and shit. So
Keep up the good work.
yeah, but I'll show you like the basement area where I do the woodworking shit, and set that shit up to do that too. And when you come down, we can hook up that other cricket and make sure it works or whatever, and fucking you can take that shit up with you if you want to. She basically bought another one because this one was messing up and she didn't know what was wrong, and after she bought her another one, it's basically she wanted I got her a light blue one, she wanted a fucking purple one. Like, it's not sneakers, bro. It doesn't matter, like, what color you get. Yeah, that's what I said, like, but our room, like, to be fair, like, I hooked our, like, what exactly how she wanted our room, black and purple, like, your room used to be, actually, it's funny, but, like, I hooked it up for us, I think it was just, it matched, and it was the right purple, because you know how purples and, like, greens and shit are, like, there's so many different shades of them, you could be wearing a green shirt and green pants, and it just looks wildly different. So I think this matched the color of the walls and shit so spot on that I think she just wanted it. I gotta tell her though sometimes too, because she'd be like, what? Like, yeah, okay, it was expensive, but like, we deserve it. I'm like, I hate that phrase. Like, a lot of people deserve a lot of things. Like, there's little kids right now not fucking deserving to be dying of cancer in a hospital bed. Like, stop saying we deserve it. Deserve it has nothing to do with it. Shit, the reason I got a 55-inch TV in my room is because she would, like, when I'd make her real mad, like when I'd really dig in, she would, like, she can't really get to me, and I'll just sit and play the game, and she fucking, the first time I had a 40-inch TV, she broke that shit. I was like, now you're getting me another one, and not only that, you're getting me a bigger one. So then she got me a 50-inch TV, fucking 6 months later, she got all mad at something in the room and, like, lifted the bed up and, like, it went up and over the other way. Hit the TV. That's what broke the PlayStation. Broke the TV and the PlayStation. I'm like, damn, you fucking broke my PlayStation, too. Like, now you get me a 55-inch. I said, I was like, you better stop breaking TVs on me, yo. I'm gonna end up with a fucking movie theater in this bitch. She knew she fucked up, too, because, like, I'm not a materialistic person at all. Like, I don't give a fuck about I don't care, really. But the few things that, like, give me my peace, like, just don't mess with them. Like, anything else, I don't give a fuck. And, like, the TV and the Xbox is one of them, because I can go play, like, chill and shoot the shit with my friends, and, like, I could be in the house that, like, I'm so worried about getting, like, foreclosed on and shit, not thinking about it and enjoying myself. Like, and that's what I told her when she did that shit, because she was like, I can get you another one, fuck you, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, alright. And she was like, what do you mean, alright? I was like, alright, that's fine. Like, if you want to break the one thing that is mine, and, like, I don't ever, like, I'm not a needy person, you do everything you want, I tell you to do everything you want, you want to do that for the one thing for me, cool. I'm gonna, like, it's gonna be reciprocal. And so, yeah, whatever. And she was like, I gotta go put gas in my car and stuff. And the bitch came back with a 55-inch TV. That's what I thought. And she knows too, like, if I'm loud and yelling, we're good. Like, we're still good. We have a long way to go. I'm just yelling, trying to fucking win the argument. But if I go, like, quiet and, like, I'm cool with it, and I'm not even, like, letting you make me mad or whatever, like, no matter what you say and do, I'm just, like, laughing and agreeing with you, like, okay, we have a problem. I'm about to fucking snap. She was trying to talk to me the other day. She's like, you don't see how it is for me. I'm like, Brittany, I was like, no offense, but I don't give a fuck. Like, I work just like you work, and I did all that other shit and blah, blah. And I was like, and you fucking act like you going to work is like the be all end all, and I don't do shit here. She was like, what are you really doing? I was like, why? Because we have cameras all throughout my house because stuff was getting stolen by the people by the chick that I was telling you about earlier. So I was like, watch the cameras. I was like, I do more in 3 days than you did the whole time I was working. Like, just watch the cameras. You think because when you get home, I'm sitting on the couch, like, fucking with pictures, this is what I could do to him, watching a TV show, that's all I did all day. Like, nah. The house is clean. It wasn't clean when you left, bitch. Like, what do you think I did? Like, hurry up and did it in 15 minutes? Nope. And like you said, like when I clean, like even if I'm like not into it when I start, like, oh, I gotta clean this shit.
Yeah,
Like
it's
10 minutes in,
a chain
I'm
reaction.
like, oh, it's starting to look nice in here, and I'm going hard. Like I'm like, fuck it, I gotta look in this nice. I might as well fucking like pull a toothbrush out and scrub the countertops and shit. Like that's how I get like that all with everything. That's why I'm surprised I'm not an addict, because I do have like squeeze every bit out of you can mentality. Like if like when we were playing sports, when we were playing poker, like I was always the one that was like, yo, let's play another one. I don't give a fuck how late it is. Everybody else was like, no, man. Like I was always that way. I never wanted it to end. So I'm surprised that I'm not more of like relying on shit like that. Like yeah, I'm probably physically addicted to Chrissy, but like if it turns out that I don't have it, like I'm tired for 2 days.
Yeah, I'll have a bad week after, but like
Yeah, I'm like exhausted, but it's not like yeah, I'm not sucking a dick for it, or I'm not fucking flipping out on everybody because I don't have it. Like I'm a little short-tempered, but I handle that within myself because I know it. And 3 days after that, I actually feel pretty good. Going, I don't think I'm gonna take that shit no more. And then she gets it, and I'm like, I want to fucking feel awake, and I take it because I have no willpower.
I cannot find this van. It's gotta be bottom left or bottom right.
Wait, what are you looking for? The van? It'll probably be at bottom left or bottom right. I'll go one, you go the other. I'll go right, you go left.
And it looks like it's gonna. It's here.
Add blue glow to prepare for liftoff.
I need to find me a fucking board so I can start getting some. Yeah, but I felt the need to message that Jennifer chicken seller because I was like, yo, I was like, and because I said I just found out like everything that went down and like how it went down, and I was like, I just want to get out of your back, like, and I said the biggest reason I messaged her is because like I was like, and I just want you to know, like I had no idea any of this happened while I was doing Are You Smarter and you were on camera, because thinking back at it now, like you looked obviously uncomfortable to be there, but like if I had known, we would have all made you feel welcome, and like I wouldn't have addressed it because I know like she's trying to just get past it because Waylon, you know, being on camera or whatever. I was like, but I was like, we all know like who you are and what you're about. None of us think you're racist, and I said, I swear to God, when everybody was being like that in the chat, I literally, and I really did. I said, I don't know if you remember me saying it to me. I said, did she call someone the N-word? Like, because like they're going hard. Like she like went for it, and they're like, no, like she said black guy. Like, huh? Like, have you ever heard Drew lose at a game? He would be serving 2 life sentence cancelings. They can only cancel you if you let them. It's what like Dave Chappelle said. Like, how are they gonna cancel me? Like, as soon as they got even more woke on me, my ticket sales doubled. He's like, cancel me, bitch. That's what like Bill Burr says too. He's like, if you really care what these fake ass people think, you're not playing the game right. Like, you use that shit to further your career because it will. You're banned on social media, but social media is not real.
Yeah.
And Brittany had to go pay a fine today, and I guess the judge said something to her. Because Brittany, like, this fine's been going on for like 2.5 years, like right at the end of Brittany's crazy phase. And like, she used to have to chase Brittany around and like put warrants out for her and shit.
Yeah.
And she said to Brittany, getting close to the end, like, I feel like it's been forever, like, why haven't you paid it off? And Brittany's like, COVID, like, I have a family of 4. Have you seen what groceries cost, what rent is for a 1-bedroom on Buttonwood Street? Like, and the judge was like, well, how much do you make an hour? And Brittany was making like 23 an hour as a supervisor, but she had to start over, so she's making 16. And she told her 16. She goes, oh, come on, that's a lot of money. Like, bitch, you obviously have been out the game for a long time, because $16 today is what fucking 7 was a couple years ago. Like, it's nothing. It's basically minimum wage now because of the way how fastly things are, like, going up in price and shit. Like, I would love to just be able to say to a judge or somebody like that who's that out of touch with reality, like, I'll trade you for a week. Like, I won't do your judgeship, but I'm going to live your life and you live mine. You tell me how easy it is to feed your kids off of $16 an hour when you have a car payment, car insurance, you know, like electric, water, gas. Good luck, yo. You don't even know what money is. I bet you if you asked her what a gallon of milk costed, like, it would take her a while, and the only way she'd get it right is if it was a wild guess. I guarantee you she doesn't know how much milk is. Because she doesn't ever have to look at how much milk is. I literally look at every price
And not only
of
that,
everything.
they might have fucking somebody else going and doing it for them and shit. Like,
Yeah, exactly. Oh, most likely. They have it delivered now. Yeah. Like, to their chef. They have it delivered to their chef. Like, fuck you. But like, 16 is a lot of money. It's not. Like, it's really not. After taxes, like 16 an hour is like 600 a week. 600 a week, like, you're filling your gas tank up for 100. Like, that's a sixth of your money just to go make money for this week. Like, tell me more how it's a lot of money. And then they say, well, like, well, you made your choices in life. Like, no, bitch, you probably made worse decisions than me, but you had somebody that had an in with this person or that person. Like, you know how many judges you find out later down the road, like, were fucking full-blown, like, raping their interns and shit, and just got away with it scot-free and shit? And also, too many of them are fucking horrible with money, but have a job where they can just print it, basically. They're all terrible with money, dude. They have no idea how to balance a fucking checkbook. But they can sit here and say, like, pick yourself up by your bootstraps and, you know, come above it, because a rigged system has them fucking starting the inning on third base. You got runners, you come up to bat, you're the first batter and the bases are loaded. Like, you need a single. I come up to bat for my first time and I already got 2 outs. And fucking, and 2 strikes. Yeah, and 2 strikes, and I don't have a baseball bat, I have a golf club. A little Tykes one. And nope, never mind, you took that from me because you wanted your kid to have it. So I don't even have that. It was crazy though, she said that $16 an hour is a lot of money. Like, it used to be a couple years ago. Stay with the program, dude. I think they said it, especially around here, like, we have some of the highest fucking, like, rent rates and all that shit. For some reason, like, Reading is, like, a popular real estate place right now, but, you can't have, like, an apartment with the bills for under, like, $17.50 or something an hour, and that's all of your money going toward that. You have zero wiggle room at all. Because every month, MedEd just hikes it up by another 11% because there's no cap on that now. So they just continue to hike their prices up every month. And then everybody else is doing the same thing. And the only people that are being negatively affected by it are the ones at the bottom who already don't have money and can't afford more money. So now they starve. You know what's crazy too is so like we grew up in a situation where we've dealt with like the poverty of it all. So like back in the day, like when they talked about when like celebs or anybody really talked about like, oh my God, this is terrible. I can't believe this. It's so sad or whatever. I'm like, they're full of shit back then. Like they don't care that much. But now I fucking watch like when like they're like, oh, you gotta. In like a cooking show when they go and they donate to the local food kitchen and you see how happy the kids are and shit. Like every time it like fucking breaks my heart. I'm like, oh, I get it now. Like it just took me a while to develop empathy because we were those starving kids sometimes. But yeah, now I see that and I've actually just talked to Lily and Bella and told her I think either this weekend or next weekend we are gonna go volunteer at a shelter or something, just like I said, it's like just to get our karma up. Like let's get on the right side of karma. See if we can start having some of these terrible things turn around for us. And she was like, well, what do they do at this place? And no, Ava asked me that, and I said it's for people that like if their house burned down or if like the mommy's leaving the daddy because he's mean or whatever. And then she goes, wait, are they allowed to leave? I said, well, it's not a jail, Ava. They're trying to help them, not fucking sequester them. Like, yeah, they can leave. I said, but a lot of times they go there and like the kids don't have toys because they had to get out in the middle of the night or the house burned. And I said, you know, they don't have things to eat sometimes, and they're just there for a roof over their heads so they don't they don't freeze. And she was like, I'll go help them. Awesome. But just like with the shit with the fire and all, that's what I was saying. That's what I was trying to say in my thank you thing before I got derailed 700 times. Was like what you guys, like what they did, that $82 or whatever it was, is gonna end up being a lot of like goodwill somewhere. Because I'm gonna make sure that gets paid back in like good deeds and fucking shit like that tenfold. I don't like being in the red. Like feeling like I owe the universe or I hate it.
Oh, yeah.
We've got a bonus in play.
Enemies down.
You know what song I got stuck in my head yesterday, and I almost called your brother and said, yo, Fucking bitch. No, but the song that got stuck in my head, I don't even know where it got stuck in my head from, because I literally haven't heard it in 15 years and still haven't heard it since. But why were you creeping around late last night when I saw two shadows moving in your bedroom? And then that makes me think of, saw this bitch on Monday, took her for a drink on Tuesday. I was balls deep by Wednesday.
Speaking of Wednesday, that's a pretty good show that I thought I would never watch.
What?
The show Wednesday about like the daughter from the Addams family and shit.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It was just because I ran out. I think I finished Netflix, so I had to find some. But I was like, let me watch this.
I watched I don't know. Did you ever watch The Walking Dead?
Yeah. It took a while.
So on AMC Plus, they have a Walking Dead series thing, but it's like Black Mirror. It's just a bunch of different, like, one episode stories about like their experience with the zombie shit. Like one of them had Terry Crews in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going across the country to meet this girl he was talking to before the apocalypse and shit. And there's a bunch of different ones that are like in that ilk of like the Black Mirror shit, like this is what's going on with them and shit. But yeah, it's like a cool little. Those are good for like if I'm not in the mood to, like if I'm cleaning and I don't want to follow something, like if I miss something. Like, if I miss something, I'm not going to get it. Like, that's good for those. Because if I miss this episode, fuck it. It has nothing to do with the next one. But, yeah, those were good. And then they have right now, I don't know if it's going to be good. I'll probably watch it. But it's like a Walking Dead series now, but it's based on, like, the first group of kids that was growing up with the world being zombies. Like, the first generation that never knew a world without zombies, you know? And it's about that, but I'm like, I bet you they're gonna see and shoehorning so much woke shit. Like they're not gonna be able to call them zombies fucking zombies, they're gonna call them fucking unliving Americans and shit. But I'll probably give it a chance. I still haven't watched Stranger Things and everybody says it's good and I will watch it, but But my thing with that is, like, it's not over yet, and they take, like, for 2 or 3 years in between.
Is an exception, but every other one, that's how I feel too. But Stranger Things is the exception. They're, like, probably the only Netflix original series that, like, comes out, like, twice a year. Like, it's only been out for, like, well, now they skipped a year. They're on, I think, 5 now, and it's only been out for, like, 3
Just loose over here then. There's this show that I wanted to tell you about that I don't know why I like it. It's different as shit. But it's on Netflix. It's called, you might have seen it, because everything I tell you, you're like, oh yeah, fucking Godfather Harlem, I know that shit. All I said was fucking, I'm watching this show with fucking, what's his name? You're like, Godfather Harlem, that's my shit. It's called Sweet Tooth.
What?
Sweet Tooth.
Is that a movie?
It's a show. It's only got 1 season on Netflix, but they renewed it for another. It's actually, I didn't know this. It was a DC comic. I had no idea. So what it is so like basically the world went through a pandemic that like wasn't a light one, like it was an actual one, and like half the world's dead. But at the same time that everybody started dying, these fucking babies started being born that were half human, half animal. Like there was like an otter, and there's a little deer, and like first of all, like the acting is really good. And Will Forte, the dude from Saturday Night Live, who does like The Last Man on Earth, Magruder, he's the kid's dad, but it's not funny at all. Like he's not, like it's a serious, like there's some cute moments that make you giggle because like dad and son or whatever, but like it's not splat sticky. It's not funny. It is like serious. Like,
Yeah, I
and he's
watched
good
like
at it.
half an episode. That was
It's
one
good.
of those.
You should give it a chance. Yeah, one of those. You're on the deck.
Nah, I'll give it a
like, let me
chance
just
when
put
I
something
finish
on.
everything else.
Yeah.
But usually when I give something a chance,
But you've
like,
already made up in your mind. You've already made up your mind. If you pushed it off, and when you push it off a couple times. Well, no, but what I'm saying is, if that happens, and it just so happens you don't get to watch it, it usually doesn't come back in the rotation. And or it does later, and it's like your favorite one. You're like, oh my god, I waited that long to watch that fucking thing. Like, I'm gonna watch it again. You know, sometimes that happens too.
I've never been able to watch a series twice.
I watch.
Never seen the same series twice, like ever. I refuse to do it because I know what's gonna happen every episode.
Yeah, I usually can't either. What I do watch over and over is like the cooking shows because like you forget that they did this, and I actually became a way better cook from that shit. Like I layer my food. My food got layers. Like everything is seasoned. Like I used to not season my noodles when they went in the water. Like the water's seasoned now always, and all that shit. All because of watching that shit. But so yeah, so basically, this show is like. These things started getting born at the same time everybody was dying, and they blamed them instead of like thinking they're mutating because of this.
Yeah.
And now all of those hybrids are being hunted by whoever. Like they got bounties on their heads. So this the dad is living in the woods with his son, and then it's not really a spoiler. You might have even seen it in the little you watch, but his dad dies. And,
I won't watch it anyway, really. I mean, I put it on and, like, I don't know, it's just...
But, like, the kids alone,
it was
but...
more about how you said, the video games that you can't play because they look like...
Yeah.
They should have spent, like, they probably spent a lot on wherever they filmed it, maybe, but they should have spent a lot to, like... They could have made it look like a little more realistic or a little less realistic. They're like right in the middle where it doesn't look good at all. Like he doesn't even look like he's half of anything. He just looks like it should be a cartoon or something.
If a story's good enough, I can look past that shit because I see it as like I like a lot of B movies because they're different and everybody says they're dumb because they're predictable, but they're different. I don't give a fuck. Like different is I love different. Like I don't want to know. Yeah, like
my favorite movie
I don't want to know everything that's coming.
But
non-American movies are fucking dark, dude. They don't have happy endings very often.
Yeah, it's hard to get into some of the Netflix shows, but most of the fucking best shows on Netflix are like over in UK or Australia and shit. Like what was the one? There's this one called Top. It's just called Top, and it's about like all these like gangs and street life over in fucking, I think it's London or UK, somewhere over that way. I don't fucking know, but that's like one of the best shows, dude.
I've been trying to because I like the main actor in the show. I'm about to say, and I don't know what I like. I think it's one of them shows where I just don't sit down and watch it. So I'm not allowing it to, like, I'm not allowing myself to understand still what it's about. But Peaky Blinders.
Oh, yeah, my son tells me to watch it all the time, and I never gave it a chance to even see what it's about.
The dude the main dude, he played the Scarecrow in Batman Returns.
Yeah.
I always liked him. I always liked he had a way. I like actors that have a way of, like, explaining everything with just, like, a face or, like a way they look at somebody and shit. And he was always that good, like subtle, like you believed it. So I was like, it's got to be good. And it's got like 5 seasons on Netflix, and Netflix is quick to cancel shit, yo.
Yeah.
So it's got to be good. And then like the couple I saw were cool as shit because it's what? What was that?
Oh, my controller died. Hold on one sec.
Oh.
Alright. Hey, there's like a few choice shows on Netflix that like, that's their babies and shit, and it's understandable because that makes them the most fucking money or whatever, but like, I I'm waiting right now for Outer Banks.
If we could do a category 2, if there is one.
Yeah,
what's that show about? Because I heard some shit about that too, but I purposely don't go too far into shit because then I'll really want to watch it, and I try to watch it after it ran already. Like I watched Breaking Bad after it was done already, because I don't want to watch 5 seasons and then have to wait 2 years for them to announce they canceled it. Like,
it's hard to describe what it's about. Let me think. It's about like this.
It's futuristic, right?
Nah, it's about like
No. Okay.
I think it's in like Florida, like in the Key West, and it's like this group of kids, and they live like across the island, and then on the other side, it's like all the rich kids. So they're like they call them like, what do they call the fucking? They call them like something, like Pose or like, and it's this group of kids, and then like the one kid's sister starts going out with one of the rich kids, so then like they go over there and like he starts being around.
And then it turns, they break up. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it gets crazy. Like,
oh yeah.
It's fucking crazy. Like it's one of the best shows that, and it's only 2 seasons, but it's one of the best shows there is, yo. But even Better Call Saul, if you like Breaking Bad, was really good.
I love Better Call Saul. See, that's what I like about. That's what I like about, like, the little bit I did see of Peaky Blinders. What intrigued me is they don't skimp on letting you know how this motherfucker outsmarted them. Like, and they show you how it's not like, yes, it's written, but it's very possible that he just thought 2 steps ahead, and these motherfuckers are just go kill him, and he steps back, waits, and knows, like, that type of thing. Like, every episode you think this is it, and he finds a way out of it. I like shows that are clever about doing that. Like, that do that, but do it in a way where it's not like, a fucking Mack truck came in and hit their enemy, new one. Like, no, they fucking, like, they wait on it. That's why I like Breaking Bad in the middle seasons when he had to start manipulating Jesse and manipulating these dealers and manipulating his wife and manipulating the fucking cop. And that's when I liked it, because it was that tenseness of how the fuck is he going to get out of this one. And then they tell you this story that you would have never thought of. Like, holy shit, I would have never went there.
Yeah.
Like, and that's what I love about that shit.
Yeah.
Those are the shows
I
like.
other ones that, like, see, a lot of this shit I watch is because, like, I'll literally binge, like, a 5-season series in, like, 2 or 3 days. Like.
Yeah, me too.
And
I watch every,
did you ever watch Lincoln Lawyer?
Oh yeah, I like Lincoln Lawyer, yeah.
That's my shit. Lucifer.
Well, the movie I saw, I never saw.
Oh, the Lincoln Lawyer is a good ass show, yeah. Lucifer is one of those that I know I like it, but for whatever reason, I'm just not in the mood to watch that type of a show. Like the silly, like, flirty with each other, and like, I'm not in the mood for that. So what are we doing? I have rare instances of those moods. Like the one time I even started watching the Lethal Weapon remakes, and like, I get like that sometimes like, too. And they're coming out now with category 2. They're coming out now with they're coming out like February. Family Matters is coming out again about like, but Urkel's like still dresses like a nerd, but like he has to fend for himself in the hood. He walks around strapped with guns and shit. Like, I don't know where they're going with it. I
was really hoping you were gonna say, but it's that with a white family.
I know. Why don't they ever do that to them? They do it to fucking mermaids and princesses and shit.
I thought you were gonna say, yeah, with a white family. That shit would have been hilarious. So that Walking Dead one is good. And then you know what's funny? Like, I got in like this crazy undercover cop type mood. Like, I don't know, I think I was watching, I forgot what I watched, but it was like they infiltrated this thing, And then there's a show. You remember the Gangland shows?
Bonus challenge.
Yeah, but I never liked them.
Where they would take you, one episode, they take you in depth with the fucking Hells Angels.
Yeah.
Well, there was, I guess, a A&E, and then TMZ bought a show, and it's only 2 seasons, and they didn't finish the second one, but I don't know how it didn't work. But it's called Gangland Inside or whatever, and they show you how this cop, or not a cop, he's a dude that was selling meth, got busted, and it was either like, go undercover or you're going to jail for a long time. So he infiltrates this gang, and dude, like, every single moment is so fucking tense in that, like, in that show, because you, like, they basically put you there, like, make you think, like, what if you were in this situation right now, and these motherfuckers keep asking you questions, and you just tripped up, you know what I mean? So it's that, like, and that one, I like the way it was. It wasn't like too over the top either way. It was like just a story being told.
Yeah.
And that one was cool. Like, that one was good, but it was only a season and a little bit, but I liked it. And like I told you before that there's a weird show that I like, and I think I like it for its weirdness, but it's Z Nation. Do you ever watch that one?
Oh yeah, I like it.
Where the dude, like the one dude's a half zombie, half human, and fucking they get blown up, and they all survive somehow.
I think I only watched that because I sat and, like, yo, I finished 9 seasons of fucking Walking Dead in like a week and a half, yo. Like, I didn't start watching that. Like, my daughter was asking me forever. She's like, yo, you gotta watch this. I'm like, yo, you in here watching that stupid Walking Dead shit again? And I kept doing it. And then when I was in Michigan, I'm like, man, I got nothing but time on my hands. Let me try this shit out. And, like, I would just, like, be like, fuck, there would be days where, like, oh, shit, it's getting good. Like, I'm calling off work. Like, and then I'm like, okay.
Well, and you're like,
I always thought,
wait,
like,
it's
I don't
fucking
want to
5:30? Like, how the
Yeah.
fuck is it 5:30?
I always thought, like, I don't
It's not
wanna
about
watch some
zombies,
bullshit.
though.
Yeah, it's not. That's why I gave Z, like,
Yeah,
all
it's
the other
not.
shit a chance.
It's navigating through human relationships when there are no rules. And, oh yeah, by the way, watch your step.
Yeah. Oh, I think
Like,
it's Storm Chest.
that's what it is.
Yeah. In this building.
I'm just quick doing this radar tower because it didn't give me credit last time. I was it was when I was living at Jimmy's, and I think I hurt my shoulder or something, and I was laying up in the apartment and I watched like all the Big Bang series, all the How I Met Your Mother, fucking, I was like, I don't know what to watch, and I saw that, and it was like, it wasn't even hype yet, like, it was just an 8-episode thing, and I watched it, and for whatever reason, I always loved, like the idea of, like, obviously I don't want the world to end, but the idea of being in a big-ass city, and it's just, there's no one there, and you can just, like, go, like, fucking, like, go into a fucking antique store, like, loot, like, not, like, loot, but, like,
But yeah, see what's up. Like,
I don't know, there was, yeah, resupply, basically, and get what you need, and something about that always, I love that shit. That's why I watched all the Storage Wars and shit, because they're treasure hunt, but it's fake. Obviously, they made that shit up, but, like,
what was his name? Fucking, him and Brandy had their own show because of a spinoff, and then the other guy, the Yup guy, had his own shit. What was his name? Fucking Dave or something?
So Dave was the auctioneer. You had no, Dave was the Yup.
Yeah.
That was Dave.
He came out,
and then you
he had his own show first, and I think Dave and Jared were like beefing, like, in the fakeness, like they would like beat each other up and get pissed off or whatever. I forget who else was in it. The old guy, Barry, was it? Was it Barry?
Barry, I liked him. He was wild as shit.
Yeah, he was like kind of taught you a little something about stuff while doing it.
Bill. He was Bill Pluto, though.
Yeah.
Again, I know we've been comparing a lot lately, but he always reminded me that, like, you never knew what was going to come out of his mouth, and then he'd laugh when he said it, and, like, be like, oh, I guess they didn't like that joke. Like, and that's all you do, and he'd be like, ah. Or he'd lose money and be like, well, win some, you lose some. But yeah, I like those shows just because of that. And yeah, there's another show, but they don't do it right, I don't think. They could do it right, but they don't. It's called Salvage King. So what they do is like, say like, there's this, like the Reading Station, right? And it's a Canadian-based show. I guess, like there, they just like close up shop and shit. So they go, when they're about to demolish these buildings, they go in first, and they take like all the old, like the fucking 1930s brass light fixtures, and they take like, if the pillars, like if they have the load-bearing things, and it's like real old, real solid, like can't find it any more wood, like they take that wood, they'll take like old clocks, like shit like that. And that always interested me, but like, you could tell, like, every building they went into, they found fucking Levi jeans in the walls. Like, come on, dude. Y'all motherfuckers can find Levi jeans in the walls that are the ones that just so happen to have this label on it, so they're worth more. Like, that's not what happened. And then the next time you found a fucking, you know, a first edition Superman. Like, no, you didn't. It's like, if you don't find it, that's why I like the show Ghost Hunters, and I don't like Ghost Adventurers. Because Ghost Hunters, most of the episodes, they don't fucking, like, your house isn't haunted, sorry. Like, that's how it ends. Like, we didn't find shit. But the whole episode, like, you're there with them doing it, and the Ghost Adventures like, did you hear that? Did you hear what, me open my microwave? Yeah, I heard that, bro. Like, but yeah, so they didn't have to do all that, like, I just like, I don't know, I think I've always, like, that's why I liked doing the tile in Jersey. Because we were treasure hunting, dude. We were looking for the good ones, and we were fucking going over how much it was worth in our head compared to what we were doing. Like, I love that shit. Like, you know, there's people that do, like, if you buy a house, sheriff sale, they'll come and clean it out, and like they're like, we just want, like, give us $500 and we get to keep whatever we want out of it. Like, that would be like an ideal job for me. So that would be cool as shit if you fucking run into something, you know, that, and it wouldn't happen often, and that's what's cool about it. Most of the time it's like, oh, look at that shit. Oh, but look, it's got fucking, you can see it got bed bugs, you can't take that shit. Like, stuff like that. But that, every once in a while, it's like, the dude died, and he didn't have much family, and nobody realized that he was like a fucking fine art hoarder and shit. Like, shit like that does happen sometimes. Like, a show like that where, like, it happens once a season where they go, like they find something cool, even if it's not great, but that's worth it for me. I know, I guess, a lot of other people with fucking, the way TV is now, they'd hate it, but I like that shit.
Yeah, I used to, but I can't watch none of that shit no more. I just can't get it.
Yeah. Another show. There's another show Discovery Channel did, but it's like, I watch it now and I look back and I'm like, I hate watching like TV from the 90s and shit. I don't know what it was about. I don't know what it was about that time. It was like sleazy to me or something. I don't know, but like on ER, the doctors are smoking cigarettes in the operating room and shit. Like, that's what's going on. So, when I watch shows like that, I get all like, yeah, alright, I like it, but it's hard to get past it. But there's a show called The Colony.
Oh, that's my shit. I
that
fucking love it.
Discovery did.
Is that
fucking where they just put random 7 people. They put no, I think you're thinking of a different colony. There's a colony that's an actual, like, scripted show. This isn't. So this was.
Oh, nah, this is like a series. Like, it's not like the reality show. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, what I'm talking about is a reality show, actually, but it's not like a contest. It's just, this is an experiment. You're not getting paid for it. Like, you have to volunteer, you have to sign this contract, because what they do is.
Oh, no, they're definitely lying to you about that.
Oh no, I know that. Obviously, yeah, everything is like that. Yeah, everything you see, it's like, really, you just ran into fucking
There is
Charles
nobody.
Barkley?
Yeah, there is no. But no, I mean like that. The people ain't being paid to do it. Like.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah. Well, I mean, like Naked and Afraid, but you get like you get shit for that too, and you get to go to this like other country and fucking test yourself. Like this was in the middle of LA and then in the middle of Louisiana. But what they did was they quartered off like a quarter of LA, or they built it. I don't remember what it was. Like they had a big area, and they like replicated it.
You never know. They
But
could
they
have been out in
put
Nevada where they did the moonlighting.
Yeah. No, you know, I think they did. I don't remember, but like they were under that fucking, you know, the LA River and shit. Like they were there for the one part of it, so they might have just closed it off for that day and like, hey, go there today, like go explore over that way today. But so they put like 7 people, like a doctor, a teacher, a scientist, a plumber, and like an unemployed guy, and they just put them in and say, world's over. Like a lot of stuff's gonna happen. You're not gonna like, but there's right and wrong decisions for everything we're gonna send your way. So, like, we want to see the decision that people would make in like the rest and shit. So, and the first one's gonna like, they get this warehouse and they lock it down, and somebody comes, some lady with a kid comes and knocks, like, let me in, and then they let her in and give her some of the food, and they go to bed, and the bitch robs them and takes all their shit. And they wake up in the morning, they don't got like nothing anymore. But like they built a water irrigation system with a bike wheel and a couple of inner tubes, and like had it cranking and cleaning their water and shit. And like, so when you went on like exploration missions, like the rule is like if something like that would happen in the world, you don't go alone. Ever. You never go alone. Then nobody knows what happened to you, or if they gotta wait for you if they're traveling or whatever. Like, if you always go in pairs. So, the one time this girl went to go get water by herself, walked out of the warehouse, made a left, a producer came, like, grabbed her from behind, like, put his hand over her mouth so she would be quiet so nobody would hear it, and dragged her out, so you're done. Like, you're off the show. You made a bad choice and you'd be dead. And that was it. Never told any of the other kids. I'm sure they did, obviously, but, like on camera, they never told any of the other contestants what happened to her. They just had to wonder. And that was it. But I liked it because they said, like, before they even started recording and shit, they, like, they immersed them in the situation for like 3 days. And with anything, like with the real world, they do, like, in the real world, they get them drunk and deprive them of sleep on purpose because they know it's going to drive content. Well, on this show, they, like, immersed them in this and, like, I guess really fucked with them for 3 days. And, like, eventually your brain tells you this isn't a simulation anymore. Like, it's fight or flight, whether you know deep down it is or not. You start to, like, be in that world a little more and take it as reality, even though you know it's fake. So, and then, yeah, they started fucking with them, and it's crazy some of the decisions people made. But it's a good show, but it's like, it's a 90s show. You know what I mean? So it's like a little like when they're like, oh, I think I could do this. It's going to be easy, bro. Like, and it's like, oh my God, it's so cliche and it's so fake. Like, you know, that shit. But if you can get past that, them obviously trying to overact because they think that's what they want, it's a good show to see how what they do and how they survive. I don't know if you were up in Hamburg with me, because it was 4 wrecks, but I painted for this guy. He was a former cop, and he was a gun dealer. Like, he was like, want to see something cool? I was like, sure. And I was at the top of his basement steps, and he went to the bottom of his basement steps, and this is 12, 15 years ago, and fucking lifted up a pad and fucking retina scanned himself to get in his basement. Right? And I was like, get the fuck out of here. He was like, oh yeah. And he like made his basement like a panic room, but it's also like the craziest fucking gun lovers thing you'd ever think of. like he makes bullets down there. Like he presses and fills his own bullets. He just has these guns that normal citizens aren't allowed to have without a license to sell it or whatever. But he's allowed to have all this shit because he has a license to sell it. And I'm in his room painting, and Beanie's there with me. Actually, I know what it was. Whenever the first season of Walking Dead happened, it's right after that because we talked about Walking Dead. I'll tell you what he said then. But so Beanie's up on a ladder, and this is right after. This isn't that. I think Beanie was bad into something. I don't remember what it was. So like, I didn't know if he was gonna show up, and then when he showed up, I didn't know if he was gonna be fucking which Beanie was coming, you know. So I always like when he went out to smoke, I'm like, how long has he been out there? Like, is he just sitting there fucking with his eyes rolling up in his head? So I was always on alert, and I was painting the cathedral ceiling. I'm painting, and you just hear, boom, boom, like it sounds like a fucking, like a truck, a Mack truck ran into like the world's biggest gong, right? And it was like so loud, and I was like, Beanie, he was like, yo, what the fuck was that? And I was like, oh, you're all right, that's all I care about, let's figure out. And the dude is walking up the stairs, like, chuckling. And I'm like, you hear that? He goes, yeah, I heard it. He was like, he owns, like, an acre of land behind his house, and he took, like, a Barrett 50 caliber sniper rifle and shot it, like, super far away just to mess with us, because he knew how loud it was going to be. Like, the dude was nuts in like the best possible way though. But he was like, I love Walking Dead. He was like, I love watching it and I love getting lost in it. Oh, the fucking bitch! God damn it. The vending machine now turns in the middle of you trying to buy shit and buys you the thing you don't want. But he goes, Walking Dead's totally stupid. He was like, you see what, like, they're all living in these neighborhoods, like, they're living like life is still normal. They're going to houses and shit. He was like, that's not what you do. He was like, you think about the place within 200 miles of you that's like the most fortified, has the most supplies, this, that, and the other thing. He goes, and you go take it. So like, if somebody's there, you evict them, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, then he was telling me about how you build like a perimeter around it. Again, not just for like the zombies, but for people and shit. That it's hard for a zombie to get through, but like there's little things in there that fucking people are gonna miss too. So you do that, and then like if you have a group, he was like, you literally don't let anyone else in. You're not responsible for anybody else. How Walking Dead, like the group would always get bigger because they were about to kill off a character and shit. He was like, nah, that shit would never happen. A lady and a little girl will walk up to my door and like, please, please help us. Like, sorry, bro, I can't help you. If I like helping you might hurt me, and then I'm not gonna be helped. Like, he's like, it's a sad truth. And he goes, and I have daughters, and I would not have any hard feelings about anybody who did the same thing to them because, like, in a situation like that, because he said, like, I've been in like riots, like where like just a concert went awry. And like people are just like they're wild animals for that little bit of time because they're allowed to be, because it's like, nobody's watching us, like a kid in the house and nobody's watching them. And he said, and like people are absolutely ruthless. He was like, and it's always the people who before the shit hits the fan are the kindest, like love everybody because they're lying to themselves, and they're not like, they don't get angry like that, right? They just hold it in and shit, and he goes, and then they fucking let it out. And he was like, it's crazy to watch somebody turn like that. Like, you see that other side come out of him and shit. And he was like, so you don't let anybody in. He said, maybe if the little girl came by herself, I would, like, make them frisk her, and I'd put her in a separate-ass room, locked like a motherfucker for, like, 3 days. That way, if somebody was going to come looking like they had to within that time. He said, and then you watch her for the rest of your life with your, like, looking back behind you. He was like, because you never trust her. And he was like, yeah, all that is, he was like, when the world ends, it's all about who can like make the biggest splash and be the most fucking ruthless. Like Negan, how he had to make an example out of them by fucking doing that big song and dance and smacking him in the head. Like all of that had to happen in his eyes because without it, they don't fear him. And that's what he was saying. He was like, you make the biggest splash and you let everybody else know that even if they got more guns than you, you got more crazy than they do. And he was like, and then you slowly do what they did back in the ancient days and you try to conquer territories. That's what, like, he was like, that's how, he said, very quickly would it be like the Romans and the fucking whatever. He said, because we're like inherently as humans, like we're not help thy neighbor as much as they preach it. Like we're like, fuck you, you're not having that if I can't. And he was like, and motherfuckers want, everybody wants to be like special. That's what it's about. Like that's what, like when they, you know, the Oscars and shit. Like it's just being nominated, you've already won. Like being invited there and shit. So everybody wants that. Like I'm part of this club that you're not. Yeah. And he said, and they'll do anything to, especially people that are already in a position of like kind of like untouchable or whatever, and like can always buy themselves out of things. He goes, especially those people, they would be so desperate to lose that status that they would like, you would see people doing the wild, like it's like in the Purge and shit. How you see them like hanging them from the front of their car and fucking stretching them apart and shit. He was like, they would do that very quickly just to prove that they're capable of it. And then you figure out, like over time, you figure out what area is yours and what's not based on, you know, one of your guys not coming back when you walk the perimeter, you know, like that's how, he's like, and that's how it goes. He's like, and that's how you start drawing out your maps that we have today and shit. Like it all starts from something like that, where it'd be a bunch of packs of wild animals that all want to kill each other for supremacy. And he was like, and I will be alive until a ripe old age in that situation. I love he was so cocky. He was so funny too, like with how he was cocky. Cause he would be like, he kind of did what Brendan Schaub and what's his name do on Fighter and the Kid. Like he would say like, oh dude, he's like, I was at the top of my class in sniper school, no big deal. I don't miss, dude. He's like, I can hit a penny off your head from like 300 yards, dude, no big deal. I mean, you know, whatever, I practice, you know, you can do it, but you won't. Like he does, like he did this, like just fucking with me because, you know, like when I was with customers, like I don't really be the goofy, like I'm just like the polite fucking beautiful one and shit. So he was trying to get me to like relax because yeah, it was a gigantic house. They had fucking goats and shit. Like, he was like, relax, buddy. Like, I'm just fucking with you. Like, but he was like, yeah. He was like, I'd be president probably not long after it happened. He said, maybe one of my old Marine buddies would give me a run for my money. But yeah, we'd be going to the same place. So it's either team up or kill each other because there's no in between. He's like, so maybe one of my old Marine buddies will get the jump on me, but other than them, there's not a person on this earth that's going to take a territory from me. So, bam. And like I said, his basement proves it. That motherfucker had a sniper rifle that was longer than me and Beanie were tall if we laid head to foot. Like, this motherfucking sniper rifle looked like it when he pulled it out and shit. But I like shows that are mostly like Z Nation is one of the ones that is way against what I would normally like, but I think it's just everybody on it's like a good character and make you want to root for him, and you know some outlandish shit's gonna happen, but you want to see who the outlandish shit happens to. Like bitch lost her hand and put a hook on it, like. Shit like that. But I normally like shows that like, if it is a show that's like futuristic, like Black Mirror. they take you somewhere where we could definitely go. Like, and then they really think about like what would happen in that situation, and they base scenarios on that. It's not like, oh my God, we found a fucking truck full of Twinkies. Like, it's like, we found this old school, and there's this group there that's like pirates, and we got to figure out how to, you know, get our ship that they stole from us back without too much bloodshed. And then they, like, the next 3 episodes, you got little incidents, and like, but they're plotting, and you see them building it, and you're like, dude, I can't wait to see this unfold. And then it unfolds differently than you thought it would, and they give you shit that you wouldn't have thought of. Like, those are my favorite ones. Like, in Breaking Bad, like, I don't know why, but this scene always stuck out to me. Like, some shit went down in, like, black neighborhood, and Jesse's there, and, like, the dealer is walking toward Walter White with a gun, and he's pointing it at him. And it's, they made the scene so fucking quiet, and then, boom! Jesse just comes with the SUV and fucking folds this guy in half. That was one of those scenes ever that I was like, oh my God, out loud. Like, said that shit loud as shit. Like, they've set me up so, like, the whole episode was quiet, like, quiet talking back and forth about, like, you don't want to mess with me, here's why. Like, you don't know what I'm capable of, so it's just empty threats. And you're like, oh man. And it's the last episode, right? And you're like, are they really going to make us wait? They're not going to give us any of it. And then, boom, he hits them, and then they start going to fucking war and shit. And you're like, God damn, that scene is, like, I appreciate shit like that, because it's like I'm always on edge. It takes a lot to lull me into, like, nothing's going to happen. It's just going to be another scene. And they, like, when they get me like that, I love that shit. What sucks about TV shows too, which is why I'm hoping, like, people start doing what, like, Bert and Tom are talking about, and not go into, like, NBC and having them buy their pilot, and then not have them do it the way they want and have it suck. Like, actually funding your own shit, so you directly make, like, it's a system based on what you do. I hope that starts happening, because it happens now. It's like, the show is super successful, so now it's like the NFL. So now everybody else wants the head writer, not the head writer, but his second in command. They want him to write their show now. So they take that guy who does a lot of the, like, filling shit in and the details. So now he's gone. The detail guy's gone. So now shit starts falling through the cracks. And then they're like, well, where he goes, you know, his top 2 writers go. So now the writers' room's missing 2 writers. And then, like, the one actor's like, what do you mean he's getting paid $70,000 an episode? I'm only getting 30. I'm done. Like, I'm not reading those shit. So now you got to kill off, like, and it's always the character that's like, man, they're always fucking stupid. I love this person for the reason, like, they're always getting into shit. Like, in, what's it called? It's right there. It's, the Showtime show, Ghost. What's that show called? 50 Cent show. Power.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, in Power...
I think that... wait, you said which channel?
Showtime.
I know, I forget how it used to be before they were both the shows, but I used to always get them mixed up between Power and that other one. What was it, Empire or something?
Empire, yeah. Empire was like Disney's version of Power. Did you ever watch Power?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like. So, on that show,
Vicky's probably one of my favorite people in the world ever. So, like, I fuck with everything he does.
Yeah, well, that show, I love 50 too. I love how he trolls people, and he's rich the right way. Like, he's doing rich right. He was like, fuck that, like, this is what the fuck they did to me, like, I'm fucking having fun with this shit. But in that show, it's funny because he always reminded me of you. the white boy was always like down for some shit, right? And getting into trouble, like that's how, like those shows, when that character decides he wants to make more money and quits the show now, like you're not replacing him with like a light-skinned black guy who's, oh, the bad boy that just got out of prison. Like, no, that's cliche now. Now you're getting into the, we're just gonna do what everybody else does because it works thing. And then that's when shows go under. But if you have shows like Louis, how Louis did his own show, like he didn't want more money, he just like getting his shit out there.
Yeah,
and he did a lot more real good shit.
50 don't like put it out too publicly because it'll probably make him look bad to some people. But the way he runs business is smart. Like, they can't leave that nigga show. He has them signed to like a certain amount of
his record deal, and he signs them for a lot early. That's what I don't understand about like the NFL and sports a lot, and like why do they wait? Like
only
if you
because
get, like,
they don't perform.
I know, but what I like, so if you give not the first round pick, obviously, those guys are gonna bet on themselves, right? But if you give the number 6 overall pick who ends up being a stud, right, later in his career, like Patrick Mahomes wasn't the number 1 pick. Now, Andy Reid thought he was gonna be good, but if you remember at the beginning, everybody was like, this kid's good, but they said that about everybody, you know? And then he turned out to be like the best thing to ever happen in the city of, like, in Kansas City ever. I don't care what else happened. I don't give a fuck if Jesus was born there. Kansas City would still be more happy about Patrick Mahomes. So like a player like that, you're gonna give him a standard 4-year deal, right? And then after 4 years you'll renegotiate. When the salary cap is going to be way higher. Every year, the quarterback's average salary goes up by like fucking $3 million a year, and the average years in contract goes up by a year. So, like, you're going to give him this contract now, and then wait 4 years when it's way higher. And if he ends up being the guy you want him to be, you are now in, like, you're now not going to win because you waited and spent your money stupidly. You're not going to have a line for that dude unless he does what Tom Brady did and shit. So why not, if you really believe in a dude, like, give him, like, right up front, like, hey, listen,
I don't think I don't think a lot of teams believe in a lot of people at all.
Yeah.
They just take the best one available because, like,
But
it's
think
literally
about-
a stat that
yeah.
9 out of 10 guys that go to the NFL do not make it past their rookie contract. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, that's
And it's
crazy.
You know
stat.
what I
Like,
think? You know, I think too. Like, there's some guys you can watch how they play and shit that are way better than
then the high
like
pick.
then they prove themselves to be for whatever reason. Like, there's guys in systems and stuff, but I truly believe there's certain people that like how in the Super Bowl, I don't remember his name, their linebacker got that strip sack of Tom Brady, and the ball bounced up and like right in his chest and it recovered. Or even better yet, the David Tyree catch, right? The fucking famous catch that Eli Manning threw him and he caught on his helmet to win the Super Bowl or whatever. Like, there's a lot more of that dumb luck that carries momentum of players to have everybody think they're stars more than they are. Like, yeah, Odell he could catch one-handed and shit, but he ran sloppy routes, he was always hurt, and he was a diva, right? When he had a big game, he had a huge game, but, you know, there's the other shit too. Players like that get the hype because, you know, they had that one catch that turned into a poster, and nobody can ever forget it, right? But then
that does
players
play a part in it, but Odell still, even with being injured for 2.5 fucking years, is still top 10 receiver in the league.
Yeah, I know. What I'm saying, Odell was a bad thing, but what I'm saying is, like, there are players that are all hype. Like when they got fucking John Ross because he ran the fastest 4.240. Yeah, Ted Ginn ran a hell of a 2.40, but he couldn't catch.
Yep.
Like, it's not a track meet.
And he
And when he gets
probably only
hit,
won the
he
40
fucking
because
fold.
Tyreek didn't run it.
Yeah, but like what happens when he gets hit?
Yeah.
Is he gonna fold in half and be out the rest of the year? So, but I think there's players like that and players the other way too. But I would want a general manager that was like, this is my philosophy, and I'm not gonna politic this shit. Like what the dudes in Philly did when they fucking tanked. That dude went up to that podium every single time and said, "There's a plan. Trust the process. Like, take it or leave it. This is what I'm doing. Give me a chance. If it doesn't work out, I'll be the first to say thanks for letting me try." Like, that's what I would want. I would want that dude to say, "Look, I know this sounds crazy, but you need to get rid of your franchise quarterback because this dude coming out of college, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I want. Like, that's what he wants and that's it, you know? Instead of these guys that are like, they go with the trends and shit because, like, Albert Hainsworth, the Redskins gave him before anybody, like even quarterbacks were making a $120 million contract. They gave him $120 million, like $60 million guaranteed, and he played like 3 games for him.
Yeah.
Because they did it because he was on a Super Bowl winning team and he had a few good years. Okay, you're not paying him for those years. The team he was just on paid that. Like,
Yeah.
if you're gonna get him now based on that, like, you're crazy. But if there's a kid who's like in a defense that's filled with cornerbacks like him, but like if you look at his stat, like, and that's the problem. I don't think they look too deep into the stats, which they should look at like balls caught against him for a corner is a pretty big stat. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if
Like,
balls caught
like
against
Sauce
him,
Gardner, his
you know
whole
what I mean? Like
college career, nobody ever scored a touchdown on him. 4 years in a row. He was a starting freshman.
Yeah,
They
and like
never called a touchdown on him.
that's what I always said. That's what I always said about fucking like Richard Sherman, and that's why I wouldn't think. That's why I would say what's his name for the Steelers, the safety was Palomalu.
Yeah.
That's why I wouldn't put him as like greatest safety because he took a lot of risks that cost the team too. But when he fucking nailed it, he nailed it, right?
Yeah.
So he took a lot of risks, and when he missed, it was a touchdown, and when it was good, you know, it was a good highlight reel. But if you look at like when Namdi was on the Raiders, like he was receivers against Namdi were targeted like 96 times, and they had like 4 catches for 11 yards. Like, that's the shit. That's what you want to look at. Not how many interceptions he has, because an interception could happen because somebody tips the ball and it lands in your fucking lap.
Yeah.
Right? That's not like a good stat. Now, yeah, over a certain amount, obviously you're doing something right too.
They
But-
do have a stat that's like, well, yeah, if the defender tips it, then you can't do nothing about it. But they do have a difference in stats of whether the QB just blatantly threw an interception or if you could have caught the ball and it was an interception. Like, if it hit you, I forget what they call it.
Yeah.
I forget, they call it something, but
Receiver.
it's not an official
It was a
stat, but
receiver
they have
caused.
it written down. Like,
It's like caused by receiver or whatever.
but even that could be a fucking
Because,
QB's
yeah.
fault. Maybe the receiver bobbled it, but maybe
Didn't
this
run his route
motherfucker,
right.
yeah, or maybe the QB shouldn't have led him into a big ass linebacker
Mm-hmm.
and got popped. Like that, he's like, "Oh, you had it, you touched it, you should have caught it, nigga. You led me into a train."
Yeah.
Like,
Well, it could be too like a miscommunication. Like I thought he said button hook left, not button hook right, and then it's a pick. But if it's the receiver's fault because he's throwing to a spot on the field, that's not necessarily his fault. You know, like Brett Favre. Every Brett Favre interception was Brett Favre's fault. Like.
nah, not at all.
Dude,
Not
he
at
was a
all.
gunslinger. Not everyone, but the deep ones that he was like gunslinging because he was doing that thing. Like touchdown or interception, but they're going to have the ball all.
Yeah. Who was on fucking Pat McAfee's show? Who the fuck was just playing? Oh, Fitzpatrick, yo. He said that's how he learned how to play football. He said he He would either throw a bomb and look, we're gonna have a really good play, or I'm gonna have a really long talk with the coach. He was like, but I don't care. He was like, I'm the quarterback, so it's up to me.
Like stare his receiver down. Like everybody knew who Brent was going to throw the ball to.
Yeah.
Because he never looked at. But Brent, everybody was like, "Oh, Brent's our quarterback," because Brent could throw an 85-mile-an-hour fastball at 13 years old.
Yeah, that's not the same at all though in football. People think it is. Like, they go, "Oh, he was a pitcher in high school." Yeah, that would be the best position to be a good quarterback. But pitching in baseball, in no form other than a strong arm, helps you be a quarterback. Other than you're kind of the leader of a team too, in a way, I guess.
Well, but what I'm saying is, like, we all picked Brent because he could throw. But what Brent would do is say, "Everybody go deep," and he fucking just launch it.
Yeah.
And whoever caught it. So yeah, it's like that. That's how you learn to play football. But Brett Favre, when I say everyone was his fault, I didn't mean his fault. I mean was deserved. Because it was, unless it was like he threw it to the running back and the running back fucking bobbled it up in the air and it was intercepted. Like, if you look at a lot of his picks, they had like a highlight reel when somebody was about to break it. Who just broke it? I think Tom Brady just did. But it took him like 9 more years.
100,000 yards?
No, I think it was interceptions thrown.
Oh.
No, it wasn't. No, it was okay. It was 100,000 yards.
Tom Brady, he broke 100,000.
It was 100,000 yards, and they said like, let's look at a stat like, and I think it was the closest person was Brett Favre in a certain amount of time. He said, well, let's look at some of Brett Favre's things that kind of go the other way, and like every one of these interceptions, the ball was in the air for 45 yards, like or 50, like he was going for it, dude. And just it didn't work. It worked once for the season. That's not really all you need. Like that season, it worked. So you can't argue their logic. But you know, a lot of times it was either we're about to win right now, we're about to lose right now. We're not getting a field goal and tying the game.
Yeah, that's almost how fucking Fitzpatrick fucking called his game because he'd be on that.
You went silent on me.
Yeah, I dropped my controller.
All right.
Because Fitzpatrick be on that Pat McAfee fucking podcast all the time, and fucking he was like, no matter what the play call was, he was like, I'll check down my first one.
I need to do evacuate shelter.
He said, I'm throwing it to whoever's furthest. He's like, I don't care what if it's intercepted, it's intercepted. But if it's not, then we made a good play.
Well, it works. That works for him. What I was saying is I need to do evacuate the shelter or rescue the survivors in a 70+. But we don't have to do. I'm just telling you those are two I have to do. But that worked for him because he never really got his fair shake at starter, right? So, and he is a good quarterback. He was he was like not valedictorian, like cum laude or whatever the fuck it's called at Harvard. Like he's a smart fucking dude, and he will be a great coach. But what he was like, dude, the pressure's not on me. Like the first string quarterback got hurt, and he's their franchise guy, so there's no pressure on me. Like I'm gonna go out and put on a fucking highlight reel so these other teams might want me. And then it was like, what team was it first? The Browns?
Who?
That Fitzpatrick was on. No, Miami. Not Miami, Buffalo or something like that. But he was there, and he
played for 9 teams in like 8 years at one time or something like that.
He had a ridiculous 5-touchdown second half when he came in for him getting hurt, and then all of a sudden it was like Fitz mad, like they were doing all that shit, and then he went, and then it was like he had 2 bad games.
Miami, I think when they started calling him Fitz Magic.
Yeah,
was it Miami? Yeah, I think so. Or
I think so. I think it was before Miami. I think, no, it would have had to have been like Miami or a team like that where they're like a little rowdy. Like, because he wore his receivers, Lions. No, not Lions.
No, it had to be Miami, but we're just thinking it's not.
Yeah. Well, he came out wearing his, I think it was Jarvis Landry. So, yeah, Miami. he came out wearing his big ass chain and his shirt that was fit for him and big ass sunglasses and like came out and was like bugging with him. That's why I was like, it had to be one of them teams because it was a team that was allowed to bug out like that, you know.
Yeah, when I watch him on the podcast, I don't even care if he ever sucked. Like he's a cool ass dude. Like so.
Yeah, that's all I ever care about too. You think it's crazy? I think about this sometimes. Like I don't know why I think about it, but you think about when the quarterback for Pittsburgh walked out in front of that truck, like, and he died and shit. And like the next morning on the radio, they're talking about how he would have never been a starter anyway.
Yeah, that's
because
fucked up,
like, bro, let his body get cold, dude.
Yeah.
Like these people are people, yo, and like they've worked literally their whole life for this 3 years, if you're lucky.
That shit was
like
a little
3
odd
years.
to me anyway. Like that, it didn't add up, and the people talking about it died down too quick. Like we're still talking about Sean Taylor dying. Like
yeah, and or fucking wasn't it Pat Tillman or whatever.
Yeah, and they don't even. Probably Pittsburgh fans probably don't even fucking remember this nigga's name. Like,
yeah, but yeah, you are right about that. How it was like,
it was kind of shady. Like first of all, it was game day, and
they said
he got hit walking on the highway in Florida, bro. He plays for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and he got it was like there was no gas in his car, which his girl said was like that ain't right, and it's it was like a half fucking electric thing, like not a Tesla. I forget the other company that's starting to make them. Yeah, but it's like another company starting to do it like kind of like Tesla and make them like these little fucking spaceships. It might be that.
No,
they got a weird logo. No, but it's like it's the hybrid thing, but it's like a luxury hybrid. It's like a two-name, like Rico Marx or whatever, like a car company like that. It's like one you don't really know. It's just they make these high-end specialty cars. And so it was that, like one of those cars. And so if he would have ran out of gas, he would have still been fine. And then she said, like, they were talking, and they were talking about, like, when he got home, they had to do this, and that, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh, and it was over. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like,
and usually when shit like that goes down, like, there's like some kind of like bullshit drama, or they'll like for a couple days and it'll be like, oh, this is what he was posting the day before, this and this and that. Like it was basically like it went around long enough just for everybody to hear it. And then it just died down. It's like, oh well, I guess we'll go out and draft a guy. like, damn.
So what my point to that was, like with the Fitzpatrick thing, was he went out and had 1 5-touchdown game, and then he had 3 games where he had 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, or 3 interceptions, right? So at the end of that thing where he's about to come out, his stats say 13 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, because that 5-touchdown game, but 13 touchdowns, 5 interceptions with a 5-touchdown game on your resume, and people are looking for a quarterback to be their guy until they find franchise. All of a sudden, this motherfucker is like, he's looking pretty good and shit, and that's why that other bottom 5 team took him. And he actually made them kind of look good too. But he had the games where almost like he had the yips or whatever, like something was going on in his head and he had bad games. But when he had good games, that motherfucker could thread a needle with a ball.
Yeah.
But I think there's something to be said to that though. Like he never really had pressure on him to lead a team to the big game. He got drafted thinking that. And then for whatever reason, it's like it happens to quarterbacks all the time. It's just like you had a bad year, the next guy came in and had a, you tore your ACL week 11.
Yeah, it's crazy how that happens. How you
tore your ACL week 11,
and
and
and the guy that came in is better or something.
Or
like
not even that. Yeah. Yeah, or not even that. You had a foot contusion, right? You're out for 3 weeks, and then the playoffs start, so you're going to rest until the playoffs. And then the dude that's replacing you is just like having like 158.3 quarterback rating games, right? Like he is just going off for those 3 games. And then the team's like, you know what? Like, we're paying him like $140 million, and we're paying him like a rookie contract. We might be able to, like what Indy did to Peyton. They did him dirty, though. They didn't even let him know what was happening. They told him that he was their guy still. But you ever hear that interview about that?
Nah.
It's why he retired a Bronco, even though he was only with him for 3 or 4 years. He said because, like, they drafted, and I found out Andrew Luck was being drafted when he was up there putting the hat on, shaking Roger Goodell's hand.
Yeah.
Like, and he was, like, rehabbing like a motherfucker because they practically begged him to. What are we doing here?
Trade data.
All right.
Yeah, all the ones that you need in the 70 plus are all the ones I need, and there's not a single one of them.
All right. So, what the fuck was I? Oh yeah, so like that happened to Ryan Fitzpatrick. Like he never got a chance to even go fill the shoes because like they decided not to play him that week to see how this other guy does, you know, so they can see what the depth chart's going to look like, and this kid just comes out and shines, you know. So then he's always the guy on the team that's like, bro, you're here because he got hurt. Like, please just don't let us lose out. Like, make us look okay. And this motherfucker made, like, he sold jerseys for him. This motherfucker, Fitzpatrick is the most unlikely person to ever
He went out gracefully,
jerseys.
too, yo. He went out gracefully to be, like...
And everybody...
That's crazy.
And every single person that played with him, especially receivers that he threw to, fucking loved him. They always said, he's my guy. Like, he's not a selfish quarterback where he wants his stats. He's trying to throw you the ball so you can catch it while running and not get lit up. Like, he cares about the logistics of that shit. And it's like, fuck. And he had a couple of careers where that one big game got him a fucking $6 million 1-year contract.
Yep.
So fuck it. But this all goes back to like when I said about if I would want a general manager, it's like fuck it, like good or bad, let's see what happens because it's a less of a gamble to give a kid medium money over a super long period of time so that he's happy right away, but he has no choice but to wait to renegotiate now, you know?
Yeah.
So you might be overpaying him now, but dude, you guys pay backup kickers to be on your practice squad for like league minimum. So you're throwing money away everywhere you look and shit. So,
Yeah.
But I would want that dude that I decided that my fucking like more meaningful than money third overall pick went to. If I'm gonna pick this dude, why not just say, yo, you're our guy, let's do this and build his confidence right away. And if after 4 years he's like middle of the road or injury prone or whatever, okay, you're still only paying him, you're not paying him like a high amount, and every year that goes by that like you're getting better value for your money.
Yeah.
And like he's not bad, he's just not what we're looking for. So you got a good backup who knows your system for another 4 more years at $6 million a year.
Yo, like people like Fitzpatrick, like a veteran backup that is solid. They're almost just as important as whoever they have as their starter. Yo, like
Jeff Garcia. Jeff Garcia was a backup for the Niners and like was never like he was. Okay, that's our guy, but like when someone better looking comes along, like he's out. Like he knew it, they knew it, they knew
that's
it.
just how the 49ers are.
But yeah, but he knew what the deal was, and he was happy to have the job and prove himself. And actually, he had those good years, and then got hurt, and then Kaepernick came in, that got him a big contract after that. So fuck it. Same with Alex Smith. I'm glad that dude got that big contract. But why not do that and just overpay a backup quarterback for a couple of years, then fucking let this guy have the best years of his life with another team, and then when, like, it's like a proven fucking fact in most situations other than like quarterback. When a guy has a balls out year, the next year is usually not that, because now he's like doing what? So you're paying this guy for what he did last year, like, and you're paying him like $100 million too much. You know, you're paying him $100 million, and he got you 5 sacks and 1 fumble force, like, for $100 million. But this guy, like, was loyal. He knows your system. He serves well, and he's a good teacher and mentor person. And you'd rather pay the fucking old diva that used to be good because you want to sell a couple of his jerseys? Like, I don't understand the process of it. It's not. That's what I say about fucking rich people being actually bad with money. Like, because it's like how if you invest in stocks like that, like, nobody would ever let you be their broker.
Yeah.
Like, so why invest in players like that? And then a lot of times too, it ends up, because it's so lopsided one way for so long, that then it ends up being a tumultuous departure.
Yeah.
Like, and the team that this dude represented all his career, he's going to go to another team and have one of those situations where you're like, oh, dude, like, you should have retired 2 years ago, you know? And then you're going to have those situations, and it's like when you sign a guy that's from the hood and say, look, dude, how about we just do this? 8 years. And in 8 years, you're only going to be 28, and then you're ready for that second contract. So we're going to give you an 8-year, $5 million a year contract. Like, your rookie contract would be
I would never do that.
But some of them would. But your normal rookie contract says you get 1.5 million. Average distance in an NFL, like, for an NFL player makes is 3 years if he's not one of these positions, right? Then the average, you know, is less than that, blah, 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 blah. You sell it something like that. We're giving you 8 years, and unless you do one of these things, like to really make us look foolish, like, it's guaranteed. It's guaranteed, except for, like, if you're a criminal, we're not gonna, like, you know what I mean? Or,
yeah,
like,
there'll be certain clauses.
If you come out, if you come out game one, and what happened to that Tua kid happens to you, and you decide, I'm scared, I don't want to do it no more. Okay, we're gonna pay you $7 or $5 million for 7 more years anyway, because it counts against our cap for like 800,000 when you fucking actually do it, right? So, but, like, and a lot of times that's what's gonna happen. You're gonna have all these smaller, like, dead contracts, but you're not gonna have one albatross, right? And a dude that's on the team taking the money and everybody hates because he's not putting the effort in and shit. Like, you have a kid that's like, you think I'm worth $5 million right now, and fucking will run through a wall for you, and you do it that way. And yeah, it's like the difference between penny stocks and regular stocks. Like, there's some stockbrokers that, like, go for the one big, like, the company that's gonna fucking blow up today. You know, there's those certain ones like Napster and shit. Some of them do that, like, try to get that thing, but most of the, like, hyper successful ones do a lot of little deals, so it's like every one you learn from, so every one you're doing is a risk, but it's a calculated risk based on what you see and your knowledge of it. And that's why they could win as many as they lose, but their wins are bigger than their losses because that's the one they knew to take a shot on or whatever. So why not do that, like, with the NFL? Like, you have a bunch of penny stocks, and all of a sudden you have the fucking 2001 Ravens that, when the Browns were like, man, we're tired of this fucking team, went to Baltimore and won. Like, you imagine being the Browns? You imagine being Cleveland that year? Like, no. What do you mean they won the Super Bowl, bro? Like, But you're gonna have in that time you're gonna have one of those teams where it's like, dude, we have the best quarterback, running back, and left tackle tandem in the league. Because, you know, we did our homework and we trusted these guys or whatever, and it's only costing us like normally what second receiver would cost us. Like overall, you know? So let's ride these years out, and then if it's still good, like we do reward them with a bigger contract, but we reward one of our guys with that contract, not a fucking guy from the Tennessee Titans that like has no interest in your team. Really, it's like, I want my money. This is my contract one, you know?
Yeah.
I just never understood. I never understood why they do it the way they do it. I think it's just they don't, like, that's how they were taught, and they don't try to think any different. That's why I love motherfuckers like Elon Musk. That's just like, haha, like, I ain't come for money, motherfucker. I figured this shit out, and, like, I'm gonna fucking do things this way and see how it goes. Like, I'm not gonna just say, like, oh, we have... He's like, he's not going, yeah, rah, rah, we'll beat everybody's prices. He's saying, like, if you really are worried about saving $5,000 on the overall ticket price, which ends up being nothing anyway, because of your interest, then maybe you should buy a Toyota Corolla. But
yeah, right.
if you want a car that I will, like, fucking warranty bumper to bumper for 100,000 miles, if mechanically something happens to it, and you want a car that can drive itself, and they're saying it's more safe than you drive it, and if you want a car that's comfortable, you want a car that's like, quote unquote, good for the environment, and that's built by somebody who, like, it's his baby, whatever, then you should buy a Tesla. But, you know, Toyotas are good too. Like, I don't fucking need you, you need me type thing. Yeah. Like, I love that shit, and it's like, I'm buying Twitter. They're like, that's stupid. Like, why are you? That's such a bad investment. Blah blah blah. Well, okay, but you're not a billionaire. Yes, you're my advisor, but
yeah, that's why I like Kanye too. Because when he was arguing with Piers Morgan, he was like, "Why would I take advice from you? You have nowhere near as much money as I have. You should be listening to me." Like,
and not even. And I understand Kanye with this point too. It's not even about the money. The biggest slap in the face is these people that make their entire living off of talking about people that actually, like, got good at something and put this time into, and do art that, like for all intents and purposes, like, saves people's lives sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. You're doing this thing, you're pouring your heart and soul out for everybody to see, and if somebody doesn't like the beat, they say you're trash. You know, like, you make your entire career off of that person, and you act like they owe you, like, they should be happy you're there to review them and shit.
Yeah, and like you allowed them to get where they're at, like.
Yeah, and like, they look down their nose at Kanye, but they're always like, oh, Kanye's going to fucking Yogo? Or have somebody meet him there. It's like, okay, like, he's so, like, his career's over, but then why the fuck are you squeezing the sponge, dude? Yeah. Like, let it naturally come out, you know, like with Charlie that's another sad one too. Like Charlie Sheen is a sad case of like, dude, he did message it. I think it like I don't know. You remember Amanda Bynes when she smoked weed? She actually had like a disorder where like it was borderline schizophrenic, so it made her nuts. So this dude's on meth and making $2 million an episode, and he realizes that like that's over now. So he's gonna put on this fucking sideshow to make as much money as he can now because he's never gonna make money again. And you fucking not only allow it to happen, but you ask him why that wasn't as funny as the thing he did yesterday, and fucking send this man into like an all-out. He already had his breakdown, but like a fucking, I don't know, like psychotic break camp. It's not the right word for like. He like became a whole different person and shit, and he was on drugs, and like you not only let that happen, but you encouraged it. You almost fabricated it. You knew, like, especially for like a kid who's been a Hollywood kid his whole life. You know, like that's how he sees validation and shit. Yeah. And like you did that to him, and then when it was all over, it was like, oh my, it's not getting ratings anymore. The Tiger Blood thing's over. You're like, okay, well let's just never talk about him again. Yeah. And like, you know, you have you have a talent of like, I can speak very clearly and read this prompter quickly, right? But like, none of what you're doing is because you built something, you know, like you bet on yourself or whatever, or you did this thing that like is poignant, and you look down your nose at the artist and say like, that lyric was trash. Like, no, that lyric wasn't trash. That lyric 10 years ago would have fucking brought the house down. Like, everybody else is evolving faster than this person, and that sucks for them. But you can't forget that they like when 21 Savage said about like Nas being irrelevant. Like, you can't forget what that person, like, maybe now Nas's raps aren't for everybody. This, I still think like Jadakiss too. Like, Jadakiss' most sound since rap-wise, like, I think it was a better one, but some of them don't evolve as easily with it. Like, they are who they are because they're not being fake, and that's what sucks. It's usually the real ones that get left behind because they're not putting on a show, so they can't change their character mid-season and shit. Like, they chew these people up and they spit them out, and then they let them become sideshows, like what they did to Flavor Flav and like Kaneki. You remember when Kaneki died, but before he died, like, they were following him around, like, asking him, like, you want a liquor store? You want a liquor store? Like, and you're tormenting this person to make a couple dollars or to better your career and shit. And you look down your nose at them because this album wasn't as good as the last one. Say Eminem is done ever. Right? Is a crazy thing to say, right? Because Eminem, I look at Eminem, his rap career like Adam Sandler's movie career, right? Because Adam Sandler came out with The Bad Boy and was making these things, and it was like, oh my God, like, he just punched Bob Barker in the face, like, that shit, right? And then it was like he did some mainstream shit with Chris Rock, right? And he did this, right? And then he was like, Netflix wants to give me $200 million, and I could just do what I want. Like, same with Eminem, I can just make whatever album I want and see if it works or whatever. And then he was like, fuck it, I'm gonna do that now and see if I can, like, see what that takes me. And my shit might not be the greatest, like, it might not be, you know, my rehab album or whatever, whichever album they said, but it's not gonna be like another album you heard. You know, so they say something, but for them it's like, oh, he's done, he's trash, he has no talent. Like,
yeah, you can't do that. I mean, you can make a clear observation of if, you know, somebody is not gonna be at the height of everybody wanting to hear them as they were back in the day, but that don't mean they're trash. They're growing up. Like,
Exactly.
they got more important things to talk about than killing his mom and his wife and shit. Like,
yeah, especially Eminem. Eminem is like the perfect example of that. Like the motherfucker tried to become like not so much an activist, but like a
blacktivist.
like he was the first one. Well, he was the first one saying like fuck George Bush, fuck fucking any fuck a Democrat, fuck a Republican. Don't believe it. Like he was the first one to say like think for yourself. Like these motherfuckers are crooks. Like dumb like shit like that out loud and shit. And like yeah, people like that are pioneers and shit. And that yeah, like okay, not every album is gonna be someone's best album. Like they're gonna have, you know, they're gonna have a couple of stinkers. They're gonna have that game where they sit their starters. You know what I'm saying? Like because they're not like whatever. If they're not like, and the crazy thing is like if their life is actually not that bad right now, so they don't really have any angry shit to write about. Like you're gonna, like shit like that happens to people all the time. They need a muse. They need a reason to do this shit. So you're gonna say, oh, he's done. He's washed up. He's finished. And or the worst thing in the world that they do, I think, and I think like I really think it should be like punishable by jail is like when they tell somebody like Kanicki, right, who had a severe drug and alcohol problem, like you were always so much funnier like when you weren't sober. Like they would tell him like, you know, like ever since you got clean, you know, your career's falling off. Like, did you notice that? And like they put that shit in his head, and then this motherfucker goes and gets a fifth of vodka and a fucking crack rock and like goes off the deep end because he so badly wants them to say the nice thing that they used to say about him, you know?
Yeah.
Like it's so irresponsible and shit that like, and but again, not only are they doing that, which is despicable enough, but every dollar they make for months and months and years is because of this person. And all they had to do was ruin their lives and drag their name through the mud most of the time. So for them to like look down on them and like you're part of the in crowd, like fuck that. Like, you gotta base it off of who's inviting you to be part of their thing. Like if somebody like Leonardo DiCaprio was like, hey, I want you to go star in a movie with me, right? And like that, and it's like something like that. It's like I see it, but it's like if Pauly Shore is telling you you guys should do a fucking sitcom together, like or like fucking somebody who used to do it is like still their like self from 30 years ago and trying to seize all that. If as an actor, anyway, like you're being invited by guys like that, or like in the sports world, if you're being offered this big contract, or you're being offered it by a team that says we don't plan to win for the next 4 years, like it's not validation.
Yeah.
That's you're the safest option to not completely like lose everybody. So you got to think about who's inviting you. If you're being invited to the fucking every party you're invited to doesn't have chicks at it, you know, eventually you're gonna be like, I don't want to go to these fucking parties anymore. Let me try and do something different. And that's like where I think like paying them big up front and not really making them earn it, but saying like, you've done this for so long for no money, like this is the least we as the NFL could do, like or as the fucking Dallas Cowboys could do is, and then they can get, and then basically all but like 3 of the veterans over the last 10 years that really made it for them is getting set, like most of them are getting $7 million contract.
I think maybe, and like I could probably be wrong too, but I just thought of it like maybe an NFL teams what they'll do is they'll give them like a big signing bonus at the beginning, and then you make a little bit each year so that they know you're going to run out of that money by the end, and
Mhm.
you're going to sucker yourself into signing a lower contract because you need the money.
Well, and a lot of times, like, your manager only cares about
Getting his
the
cut.
overall, but over the overall number. Like, your manager could get them to give you $100 million or like the biggest contract ever, like a $200 million contract, right? Biggest thing ever. And now that manager is the best manager ever, and all the new rookies are going to want him, right? But what you didn't realize is
That would
he
be
let
dumb, though.
them.
That would
He
be dumb
let
to sign a
them.
rookie to a $200 million contract.
No, not a rookie. I'm
Oh.
not saying a rookie. What I'm saying
Oh.
is like with anybody when you're about like, oh my God, he got me a $200 million contract, but his job is to look at that contract and realize that there are some contracts that are $20 million contracts that are more valuable than that one because they decided they backloaded your money. So when you're going to make that money is the last 4 years, you're going to make 80 million of that 100 million. And they fucking release you that year that you're set to make the fucking 80 out of 100 million and they do what the Cowboys did to most of their running backs is they made you run the ball 300 times that year because they knew you were going somewhere else.
Yep.
Right? Like Le'Veon Bell, that's what his big thing with Pittsburgh was. He was about to be in a contract year, and they were trying to run him like there was that one year there was a crazy stat. Like they were the only team in the NFL that had like more rush calls and big plays in the rushing game than they did in the passing game. And it wasn't close. Like it was like 62-yard Le'Veon Bell run, like 39-yard Le'Veon Bell run, and then the receptions, every once in a while you'd have an Antonio Brown, but it's like 17, 14, Ben Roethlisberger threw another pick.
Yep.
Like, so there's that, and it was.
That's
he was
why I
like,
think
no,
that's why I think Mahomes is
you're
stupid
not.
for signing the contract he signed because, like you said, there's some that are only like fucking 50 million a year or more valuable, but his just looks big on paper. So like I guess he got an ego or
I want to
something.
be able to renegotiate as the value of the dollar fluctuates. Like if $8 right now buys me a pack of cigarettes, and I have a 7-year contract, after year 3. That $8 pack of cigarettes now costs me 14, and I'm still making the same money. I am not progressing. I am regressing. So if I can renegotiate every 2 years and bet on myself like Tom Brady, like fucking doing the right things until this thing is over, and then I can have fun. Like you bet on yourself, you do that, and then every couple of years you can do it, and then somebody will want it. But it's not like this guy just had an 8-year career already. He's 29 years old. He's a 29-year-old linebacker who's last year he had his best year. And then you're like, yeah, but he's like NFL 29 linebacker. He's 70. Like now, you know what I mean? And he hasn't been working his whole. That's not fair to say because I think someone like Ray Lewis like wanted the money to be secure. He didn't give a fuck about money. He had shit to prove on the football field.
Yeah,
and,
like,
like,
I don't know the stats, but he might not even been paid a lot during his career.
No, I don't think he was. I actually think
I know he took a couple pay cuts.
Ed Reed got downright fucked by them. Like he signed a contract the year before Ray Lewis. Or something like that, or his next contract or whatever, like his big contract. And they took his fucking manager to the tool shed and gave him but at the time he thought it was a great deal. It was like pretty high for a safety. And then Ray Lewis's motherfucking dude was like guarantees, this, that, and the other thing. And Ed Reed is laying aside getting these crazy plays, like single-handedly winning them games, and he's making like a quarter of what And nobody deserves to make more than Ray Lewis.
Yeah.
The dude was the coach. The dude was the
And not
defensive
only that,
coordinator too.
because of his humbleness,
But-
that like when they needed to re-sign fucking Haloti Nada, he took a pay cut. When they needed to fucking re-sign the other people he needed on his defense, he took a pay cut. Like
he even said he said the year so he was gonna retire, and you guys lost in the AFC Championship game in overtime because Demarius Thomas took a fucking sweep across the field for 85 yards, luckily. Like, it was like the craziest play that ever happened to you guys. And it wasn't Demarius Thomas, it was before that, but it was like a play like that. It was like...
I think we lost to the Chiefs.
Everybody was like, there's no way that the Ravens are going to give, like, there's a minute and 19 seconds left. There's no way they're giving this game up. It's not happened this whole year. They've not had a big play against them like this. They've not had a drive against them like this. And then for whatever reason, one person is not in queue with the other one, and this dude just scurries the fuck up field and beats you guys in like, and it was this was the year that the Ravens were like, it was the first year of that defense. Like the big ones this is their year. Like, Ray Lewis is gonna ride off into the sunset. Ed Reed is gonna ride off into the sunset. Fucking, I forget who on offense. Anquan Bolden, maybe? Anquan Bolden's gonna ride off into the sunset. Like, they're saying, like, all these guys are gonna go do this thing that old players can never do. And it's like, get together this group of guys that weren't teammates forever, and they're gonna go and they're gonna fucking destroy people. And you guys were until, it was probably a younger guy who probably made the mistake. And it was like that's not how, and especially for someone like Ray Lewis, where like everything's like a big story. It's like, that's not how this is ending. Like, so he was like, I'm gonna come back this year, and he was like, I'm not leaving. I'm not retiring, not Super Bowl champion. Basically, is what he said. Like, I was gonna retire. He was like, but like, we're too good of a team for that to happen, and I want to go out a winner. I've never thought anything else other than I am going to retire Super Bowl champion. He's like, a goal, and he fucking did it for like, and I mean, if you remember that year, his last year, he was still making big plays and shit, but
but he would have less snaps. He'd be winded on the sideline and shit. But he was still doing good.
He'd win, like, you'd watch the way he used to maul a motherfucker. Like, he'll every once in a while he was like, ooh, this one's too good to pass up. But he wasn't doing he was still the smartest motherfucker in the stadium as a defender. You had a coach right there with you. But you could see him declining. It was like, I hope they win this year so he can do this and doesn't hold on too long. And fucking, they fucking, especially at the end of the year, I think. Because, like, it was always, you remember Ed Reed was always, like, dinged up or whatever?
Yeah, well, Ray Lewis missed, like, 4 games, like, from, like, 10 to 14 or something like that.
Yeah, because they were talking about that deer antler route. Remember, he took that deer antler route to heal faster, and they were like, that's steroids. Yeah. Like, bro, it's a fucking deer antler. But I remember that. They were like, oh, look, he's so old that he's got to resort to performance-enhancing drugs to keep up with the young guys. I remember that shit. And, like, the Ravens played the Niners in that Super Bowl, and I hated that was the Super Bowl because I couldn't be mad if my team lost because I liked the Ravens, and I knew a ton about them because we played Madden. Like, when we talked about football, that's what you talked about, so it was a lot of that. But it was like this dude who, like, got charged with murder and, like, fucking beat it, and then went into his locker room, the most angry, vicious person on the field, but on the sidelines and in the locker room was, like, the biggest mentor to everybody and shit. Fucking never had nothing bad to say. He's the one that started doing the thing where they do now where they trade jerseys. Yeah. I forget who it was. I think it was a running back that fucking, like, ate his, like, Ray Lewis tried to, like, lay him out, and fucking kid, like, did a little shimmy and put Ray Lewis on his ass. And Ray Lewis told me he wanted his jersey. Like, I want that jersey because that don't happen to me much.
I don't know if it is, but that just sounds like maybe it was Steven Jackson when he was young.
It might have been that, but and I'm probably wrong, but for some reason, what popped into my head was not a running back a second ago, but I think it was a running back. But Larry Fitzgerald popped into my head for some reason. Because Larry Fitzgerald was like, remember at the time where it was like, where Ray Lewis was like starting that thing of like young black men who can like carry themselves and shit. And Larry Fitzgerald was like the epitome of that. Like, you didn't even really, like, you know how receivers get off a hot dog. Like, I didn't know what Larry Fitzgerald looked like for like 3 years. He didn't have his picture in Madden.
Yeah.
Like, he was so low key and just, I'm gonna come in, I'm gonna do my job. I went to fucking University of Phoenix, fucking online and shit. Like, I'm gonna handle myself right. I'm gonna always be dressed nice, no like leather and chains without a shirt under it. And I think I don't know. For some reason, maybe that's just a story you want to tell yourself, because he said like to make like, because it was important, like, you know, somebody like that who carried himself well. Whoever it was, I know it was because it was somebody who was like making, you know, the African American community proud or whatever by being this role model, but also being that good or whatever. And he was like, I want your jersey. And then they switched. He's like, you can have mine, and he signed it right there on the field and shit. And then all of a sudden, fucking players are having markers in their fucking pocket for after the game when they can run up and find the fucking third string receiver who caught one ball for 18 yards. Like, want to trade jerseys? Like, they're fucking trading the Pokemon cards that everybody else threw in the trash.
Yeah, and then they do it every game, and then in the off season they're like hounding their agent, yo, I need to get more money this year. But you just paid $5,000 every time you traded your jersey. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still cool because it's probably worth more than that. But
yeah, as a like Ray Lewis, right? It would be cool as shit to have, like, even if you only did it with rookies, right? What match are we doing?
Resupply.
All right. Even if you only did it with rookies, right? But there was like a kid that fucking whatever he did, even if it's not against you, he did something or he handled himself well, and you're like, that dude's gonna be a star. I want his jersey, and you can look at your wall of people that impressed you and be like, God damn, like Christian McCaffrey, like this, but or not like the Christian
separate
McCaffrey,
them,
like,
but like, this guy was a bust. He's on the left now.
Like, yeah, but like, I'm talking about like the 4th round picks or the walk-ons, like the story of like the blind side or whatever, you know, like that whole, like, but in like NFL style, like I knew that dude was going to be good, and everybody looked him over in the draft because of a knee injury or whatever, you know, like, and that's who he goes and trades with, or just somebody he thinks is going to be big, and he likes the way they roll, and he can look at his thing and be like, God damn, like Terrell Owens, like blah blah blah, and all these names that like 10 years later are like everybody would pay him like hundreds of $1,000s for a jersey, and this motherfucker like that, like that's something cool, and it's probably something like he was going for like that. Like I want it, like, because I can hear Ray Lewis saying like, nah, fuck that, like I want the first game worn jersey. Like, cause I already know, like, you know how Ray Lewis would, like, pump people up?
Yeah.
Like, oh, no, you're not going to be a star. You are a star. Like, I want the first jersey of yours because I'm going to tell you, like, they're going to be available soon because you're going and fucking, he did have to, like, pump them up and shit. I can see that being the reason why he did it, and then, I mean, it's still done now, you know? But I know for a fact he started it by asking somebody for his jersey based on, I don't know if he okey doked him or if, like, I feel like with Ray Lewis, it's not going to be he juked him. Like, oh, cool, you juked me. It's going to be like you fucking lowered your shoulder.
Yeah.
When you knew a fucking freight train was coming. I feel, for some reason, I feel like that's what it was. I'm going to look it up tonight then, but, so you have somebody like that, and, like, yeah, they're playing against the Niners, and I'm like, obviously I always want the Niners to win, but I'm like, if they win, and it's like, we had the number 52 jersey, because they each had a linebacker that was, one was young and one was older, and, like they're playing against each other, and one was set to be the new Ray Lewis, and then we had both coaches were brothers. Like that was a wild Super Bowl for us.
Yeah, hell yeah.
You know, for me and you, for you especially, because I had to end up spending the last 2 hours of the night fucking going, I cannot fucking believe he threw that ball and didn't run. Like, but.
I mean, I knew that. I mean, not to like fucking. It was kind of like sad for me because the 49ers should have not been the team there. Like,
well,
they didn't. I mean, they had the good season, but they weren't like ready to play against the caliber team of us.
It was the Seahawks. That was when the Seahawks were like the Seahawks that everybody thinks of now. Like, you are not going to run the ball on us because we have these 3 linebackers. You're not going to throw on us because we have this corner and this safety, and we're going to hurt you. You know, we have Russell Wilson that's going to make your whole fucking defense like run around in circles. You know, they weren't them to play you guys, but like, you know, that's what I'm thinking. Underdog story. We're not supposed to do it. We're going to do it. We never lost one. Blah 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 blah. But then thinking like, well, but if the Ravens win, I can be like the only team, which now it's not because it's fucking piece of shit Chiefs, but the only team that ever beat us was the Ravens the year Ray Lewis retired.
Can't.
Like, that's also a cool story. That's not just like, we win all the time. I like the stories that aren't we win all the time.
Yeah, like, I think it's pretty cool that Lamar's 2-0 against Brady, but never beat the Jags.
Yeah, fuck, what was I just about to say? Oh, the Bills. I love rooting for the Bills now because.
Oh yeah, me too.
Like,
Josh Allen has been one of my favorite quarterbacks since he came in the league. I love that motherfucker.
I've always hated Miami for some reason. I don't know why. Like, but I like right now cheering for them because they were bad for so fucking long, and like they were mistreated by their ownership, dude. Them owners were just fucking. They didn't give a shit. They just wanted the celebrities to show up to the stadium and take selfies with them and shit. Like, literally, like, Jennifer Lopez owned part of that team at one point. Just because it was a status thing. Like, they were fucking their fans.
They're still like that. Fucked. Miami's the only, they have like 50 co-owners or something like that.
Yeah, it's like Green Bay, everybody in the city owns teamed up. This is a bunch of old fucking rich dudes on that team, so. But, fuck, what was I saying? I don't remember.
Rooting for Miami?
Nope.
Oh yeah, like, they were so bad so long and their fans got fucked so bad. Like, when the Browns started doing good, I was a fucking Browns fan, dude. I wanted the Browns to win the Super Bowl that year that fucking, what's his name, came in and was throwing, like, he had no fucking good form. He was like, but he could fucking make plays happen. You know, he plays for Carolina now, I forget his name. Baker Mayfield.
Oh,
Baker
yeah.
Mayfield. Like, and the Browns had that crazy running game or whatever, and then, like, through the Browns' form, well, first of all, through the Browns' form, like, players fizzled out very fast. And through the Browns' form, they got fucked because Josh Gordon should have never been suspended once, let alone
his whole career.
Like,
yep. That's
and
crazy.
he was so good, dude. Like, I remember, like, when I heard about him, I'm like, dude, let me tell you something. There's not a dude in the league named Josh Gordon that's going to become a superstar. Like, who the fuck would want a Josh Gordon jersey? Like, sounds like Jeff Gordon and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then you watch the motherfucker play, and you watch him, like, you'd watch him make crazy catches, but you'd also watch him, like, make all the ones he's supposed to make and then stop dead in his tracks and run the opposite way to get a bunch of extra yards, right? Like, he could stop on a dime. Like, you watch him do that and be, like, explosive like that, and you're like, God damn. And it's like, oh, yeah, but by the way, you know, we're going to Ricky Williams this motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like, we're going to throw his whole career away because he doesn't take these pills our doctors gave him. He smokes his plant.
Yep.
And, you know, we don't think that's good for you. Like,
Sorry.
and that's crazy because if weed is what they said it was, then it's not a performance-enhancing drug at all. Every other team should want him to be on that shit.
Right.
Because he's gonna be lazy.
Yep.
And he's gonna do nothing, right? So, but,
Nope.
like, yeah, they destroyed his career. Like I said, Ricky Williams' career was destroyed too. Like, you guys actually revived his career a little bit. Motherfucker came in and actually did a little bit for a while there.
Yeah, like
Back
we're trying to do
fucking
for Deshaun too.
Him and Chris McAllister and fucking Champ Bailey and all these old guys were like, that was their like, we don't do this shit, you know? But he actually did a little bit. Like, and he ran hard. Because remember, he was always known as a fumbler.
Yeah.
Like, he would always fumble. And for you guys, I think he had like, early on, he had like 2. And they were like, oh my, like, there's the Ricky Williams we all know and shit. And then motherfucker was just like, alright, bitch. And started like, not only like not fumbling, but he used to run around tackles and shit. And this motherfucker was straight training dudes at the end of his career, like the old Ricky Williams. And then fucking lo and behold, he's an older guy playing in the league, beat up, and he smokes some weed. And they're like, no, dude, take these. And now he's not allowed to play no more because he didn't play by their rules. And their rules that change for every single player that breaks them, depending on who it is, right? So, like, you can't be happy for the years you kill yourself for us. You know, like, it's not steroids or nothing. It's yeah, I get it. Like, some people say it's like it clears your mind, but people take fucking crazy ass shit that's just not detectable. That's like, legal in other countries, and whatever it does something, but it's way more of a performance thing than weed is, you know what I mean?
Yep.
So, but like that dude's whole career was ruined because he didn't follow the rules about a plant. And then I forget who it was, but there was a player, I think he played for the Browns, who ran, drunk driving, ran a girl and like her sister over. I really think he played for the Browns. I forget his name, but like, and killed. Oh no, it was on the Dallas Cowboys lineman Trent something. Like got drunk, hammered. Yes. Oh no, Trent Williams is. I forget. It might. I don't.
Trent Williams, I think, is a lineman for the Jets. I think.
Yeah, he was a big name lineman. This kid, like, I think he was a D lineman. Like, he was like I mean, he was he was somebody they were grooming to be like, not the guy at linebacker, but like, you know, the guy who can move around, like the Boulware. So like, he wasn't a huge name, but like, he got hammered and drunk driving killed 2 people. And he ended up not getting jail time, did his house arrest and shit, and by the time the next football season rolled around, he was fully instated back to the Dallas Cowboys. He killed 2 people.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Josh Gordon was just trying not to be in pain mentally and physically, because that's what he said. He was like, dude, he's like, because they said, have you ever played a game, like, have you ever been not high on the field? And he was like, no. And they're like, oh my God. Like, he's always, but he's like, no, because like that level of competition, he was like, the way my brain works, like, I would have never survived it. Like, I would have had a fucking brain tumor and shit.
Oh, yeah.
That's what he said. He was like, it's before anxiety. Before anxiety was something that you could use as a part of your campaign for mayor, you know, anxiety wasn't even thought of as anything. It's like, stop being a pussy. So
Yeah.
they're like, dude, you just want to get high. You're a fucking black dude who was a superstar in college. Like, you're being fucking Dion. But really, he wasn't. Have you ever really, like, because they made him out, too, to be, like, a thug. Like, he buys weed off these street dealers and shit. Have you ever heard him, like, when he's interviewed or...
Yeah.
Like, have you
Josh
ever heard
Gordon?
him talking even, like, post-game? Yeah.
Oh, Josh Gordon?
He's
Yeah, he
very
got
quiet. Yeah, Josh Gordon.
Yeah, he got a podcast right now.
But he's very... Really?
Yeah,
He's
him
very,
and Joe Hayden.
Whenever he was being interviewed, it was like, oh shucks, like dude, you just had the best game for a rookie in the history of the NFL. Well, you know, I'm just happy that I could help our team, but like it was like that. He was not like fucking doing crazy ass shit like, you know, some of the like Vontaze Burfict. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like Vontaze Burfict, like, is responsible for Antonio Brown, and he played for fucking 4 more years, fucking people up, hitting him in the head on purpose for 4 more years. Like, this dude's just trying to stay out of his own head. But he always represented himself well, and they still just like this fucking thug smoke, like weed smoking, like the drug epidemic. Like, oh my god, you fucking killed that poor kid's career. That like.
I know, but I mean, at the same time, though, I mean, he could have found a way around it, or like had an alternative. Like, I think they said he failed like 109 piss tests in 3 years. Like, never passed one. Like,
yeah, but here's
just stop for a month and they'll stop testing you. Like,
well, but here's the thing with, like, I've been reading, because I've been wanting to go to therapy, but I can't afford it, so I've been reading a lot about, like, mindsets and shit, and how you can, like, if you're having one of them days where you're telling yourself your fucking life is over, how you can, like, switch it around in your head and, like, overcome it and shit. And, like, they say, like, when somebody is diagnosed with, like, depression or anxiety or whatever, the process to find them the right medicine is like 2.5 years to get them on the medicine that whatever cocktail it is that works and doesn't fix them, but doesn't have them doing. So Josh Gordon for that 2 years would have been on a new medication unless he got super lucky and the first one fucking stuck, which doesn't happen. For 2 years, like, he could have been a different person every 3 weeks, you know? Because some of that shit, you want to kill yourself, you think you're a fucking god and you're untouchable, and you think, like, so imagine going, like, but this works. Like, and I'm not a burnout, like, I'm not, like, I graduated college, bro.
Yeah.
Like, how, like, you know what I mean? So, like, but this little plant, because you guys who have done no research into it, because you don't want to allocate money to it, because why spend money on that bad thing? You know, because you all know best, I can't have the thing that's going to prevent me from killing myself, or even if I get a head injury that's going to fucking prevent me from, again, like Junior Seauing myself and committing suicide by shooting myself in the chest so you could study my brain. Like, that's what that dude gave up for, and then put in the work, became like that receiver on the Browns, who at the time, Brandon Weeden was the quarterback. So he's making Brandon Weeden look good. The 40-year-old rookie. But he was making that guy have fucking, like, yeah, he was 9 for 26, but the 9 he threw with a Josh Gordon, they were all for all those yards, right? So this dude who, like, gave that to you and gave you a spark, it's like, yeah, but that plant that they all tell us is bad is, I can't go against that. Like, now, I can't go against LGBT. Like, I can. It's not going against. I'm not gonna go against them, but like, I'm not necessarily like. you're never going to question Dave Chappelle. I think he went a little hard into it because they went so hard at him for talking about his trans friend, and they said he was like against them. So I think he went so hard at it to be like, I'm untouchable, bitch. Like, so I'm gonna do it all. Like, that's kind of like my thought process in doing anything. I told Beanie we were talking about, because I didn't give him the whole thing that I wanted to talk to him about, but I told him I got a new goal, dude. Like, for anything I do, and he was like, "What?" I said, "I want to be the dude that everybody was like when you do something, everybody's like, oh, you mean like Ricky, or like even like, or it's like Fire in the Hole did? You mean like, oh, like what Fire in the Hole did, or like how Fire in the Hole did, or are you gonna do it different, or like, and then like, you know, we all become better than their vendors at stickers, T-shirts, blah blah blah, and cheaper, and now they all have to come to us. Like I said, I want to walk into a room and I want like 3 people to want to kiss the ring.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's what I want. I want to walk in and I want everybody to have this understanding, like at the end of Undertaker's career, right? I want everybody to have this understanding of, like, he's a big teddy bear, but, like, that's the guy that built all this. You know what I mean? Like, that's the one who this is just for that reason. Like, the reason the WWE is the way it is like, if you talk to a lot of people through the Attitude and shit, it's The Undertaker. Like, they had a court backstage, like if a wrestler had a beef with something another wrestler did, like they'd have court.
Yeah, I watched a couple of interviews that are like a year ago with The Undertaker. Because Undertaker was like, I don't know, he was like always my favorite. Like, whether he was good, bad, fucking with fucking Paul Bearer, with Kane, with fucking coming out on a motorcycle. It didn't matter what he did. I just wanted to watch it. Like, I love it.
And well, so I was, you know me, like, I was a Shawn Michaels fan, so I like everything Shawn Michaels. I read all his books. I listened to every podcast, you know, all that shit. And he was the first one that, like, you always knew, like, it was The Undertaker. Like, that fucking, and I don't know if you ever heard of how he got the name, but that's a funny story, too. You should look that up. It's like he was going to be, like, the fucking chicken farmer Vince McMahon came up with. And he was like, well, what else did you do? Like, that's how Vince McMahon picked people's persona. He's like, okay, well, what else? Like, what other jobs did you have? And he was like, well, I was a butcher. I was an undertaker. And he was Undertaker. That's it. And that was it. That's how it happened. He was going to be a fucking chicken farmer, dude, because he was a big, red-headed, fucking oaf-looking dude. Yeah, but it's a funny story, but that dude... I was a Shawn Michaels fan. I listened to everything, and, like, that dude's story is crazy, too. Like, with the drugs and with the everything. But, he said, like, everybody in that place hated me because he always said, like, once I turned heel on Marty Jannetty when he kicked him through the barbershop window.
Yeah.
He said, like, nobody ever did that before. He said, so I was like I just kicked the guy through a window on TV who was my friend. He was like, I was the ultimate, like, no matter what happens from then on in, I'm playing with house money. Like, I could lose every match from then on in, but I'm still that fucking badass that kicked the dude through the window. Yeah. Or later on, he went to say, I'm still the badass that was in both the first and the best ladder match ever. Because him and Razor Ramon were in the first ladder match ever. It was the craziest match because, like, they were like, it was a case of what you guys tell me not to do, like, try and have it, like, do it all at once. Like, everything you could possibly do with a ladder, they were like, we're putting it all in. Like, I'm going to have your neck in between the rungs and fucking super kick the ladder, so, you know, shit like that. But
yeah, because they might have been thinking, like, if this doesn't work out and be something that we can continue doing, we're at least going to make the only ever ladder match fucking remember.
Yeah, we're either the guys in the only ladder match or we're the pioneers of the ladder match, which that's what they call them. It's Shawn Michaels, Razor Ramon, like, and then also, so his list of credits, he said, also, I was in the first and one of the only ever Iron Man matches, which was the first of its kind, and I won my first world title against Bret Hart by screwing him over. Like, you know, the Montreal screw job. Like, he was like, yeah, I was part of that, and then, I don't know if you noticed, he was part of the first, him and Undertaker were part of the first Hell in a Cell. So he was first Hell in a Cell, first ladder match, first Iron Man match, which he won his title. He was in the first Elimination Chamber, and that's right after he broke his back, because he had to give the belt up. So he lost his title in the first ever Elimination Chamber match. He retired Ric Flair, they were setting it up, but he got to be the person to put one of the OGs into retirement, yeah. And he created DX. He has never worked. He said since the day he stepped foot in the WWE, he has never worked for another company professional wrestling again. I think it was like 1994. He never worked for another company again. He was he was loyal.
Yeah.
So somebody like that, he had his whole career and he was loyal, and the boss who calls all the shots loved him. That's why they called themselves the Click, because they could literally not get in trouble. And then his fucking best friend marries the boss's daughter, and now that motherfucker runs wrestling. Yeah. And Shawn Michaels got a front office job writing because they want to start taking wrestling back to what it was. And I was like, that dude is that career is crazy. That's why I love reading and listening to stories about his career, because Chris Jericho says that dude, if I ever had one match as good as a match that dude had, I'm good.
Oh, yeah.
Even, what's crazy is, I don't know if he added this to his credits, but he had the first match ever of Shane McMahon's career. And Shane McMahon, to this day, is one of my favorite wrestlers I've ever watched, because he was fucking crazy. Do you remember when he used to go corner to corner?
Yep.
This little pudgy white kid was fucking
corner
to corner, and he jumped off the top of the
That's who Logan Paul
car.
reminds me of, kind of.
Yeah.
Logan Paul is probably the Lamar Jackson of wrestling right now. He's probably the most exciting person to watch because he's so new and never did it, and he's so good at it.
If Logan Paul,
and I hate Logan Paul.
But if Logan Paul decides, because what he does in his YouTube videos is a lot pro wrestling anyway, if he decides right now, I want to be a professional wrestler, he will be on the Mount Rushmore. I promise. He's gonna be.
He's on. I forget what. I don't even know how it works anymore. But I mean, he wrestles every week. I mean, he's on the roster.
Yeah, they usually what they do is they bring guys in. But I know Logan Paul is different, because I know he wants to box. He wants to do this shit. He wants to get in it. He wants to be good at it. But
recently though, he said he wants to stick with wrestling. He's like, man, I'll leave the boxing to Jake and shit like that.
Yeah,
and a lot of superstars in wrestling, they say, damn, I don't remember the last time I seen a kid this hungry and this energetic and this good off the start.
Shawn Michaels, they say, Shawn Michaels, young Shawn Michaels. That's why my whole story with the Undertaker though, was Shawn Michaels had a story about him was everybody hated me, because I was the kid that kicked the dude through the window, and I let everybody fucking know it. He was like, I'm the future, blah, blah, and he was like, I was a cocky dick. And, Undertaker would pull him aside, kid, you're going to get yourself beat up, blah, blah, blah. He's like, you need to check that attitude. And then Shawn Michaels he hurt himself for the first time, became addicted to drugs, came back, was a dick, addicted to drugs. And then, I guess Undertaker, I guess he blew up on the Undertaker, saying, you wouldn't have had, because they were wrestling a bunch of WrestleManias. You would have one memorable WrestleMania moment if it wasn't for me, trying to fucking push him away and shit. Yeah. And they stopped talking, and then, Vince as always, he's like, calls him like, hey, what do you feel about this crazy fucking thing we do at WrestleMania? And Shawn Michaels was like, all right, man. But him and Triple H weren't talking at the time either, because like he alienated everybody. And he walked back into the arena, and like, if you look at the match, his hair is chopped up to his ears. Like, it's not long hair Shawn Michaels. Like, it's like he found out 2 weeks earlier he was going to be in this. He had brown tights on with kind of his logo, but they couldn't finish it in time.
Yeah.
So he's got brown tights on, his hair super short, like he's out of shape. And he said, I walked into the arena like more nervous than I like on my first day. And he was like, first person to agree to me was Undertaker, and told me how happy he was to see me back, backstage and shit. And then I went to apologize for him, and he like stopped me and like shook his head no. And like for some reason, whatever it was, he never really like went against me. And I think that was because like when you have, it's like what I say with like Terrell Owens, maybe not Antonio Brown, right? Because Antonio Brown became more of a diva and stopped playing football so much. Like it wasn't, he was pretty good, but like,
yeah, he made a scene out of what,
yeah. But someone like Terrell Owens, to this day, would be worth an $8 million a year contract.
Yeah, he's
today,
trying
like,
to get
today.
in. He's trying to get in.
Yeah, today, and as big as Terrell Owens is, and fan, like as a tight end, dude, he'd be a tight end if he wants to.
Yeah.
Like he's a big fucking guy. Like he's not many were built like him since or before, but. So somebody like that, that's why what I hate what the Niners did, is worth that. Like, deal with the diva shit, deal with the trash talk, because all the trash talk's doing is getting you more publicity so that the target's bigger on your back, so the Super Bowl's a bigger deal, so you're selling more tickets for it. Doritos got to pay 1.2 instead of 1.1 because fucking Terrell Owens is talking shit while eating Doritos. You know what I'm saying? Like, so someone like that.
I felt the same way about the Ravens too. Like we should have just jumped the gun.
Should have never been anywhere.
We should have got Antonio Brown. Called that nigga the day after he walked out of Tampa.
Yep.
And then it wouldn't have gave the media time to make it such a bad decision. We should just grab that nigga and be like, you know what? What's the worst that could happen? You gonna walk out, not get paid? All right, plug it.
Adrian Peterson. Yeah, I would have signed Adrian Peterson the day they like said that he's not guilty for the child abuse and shit and decided no jail sentence. Adrian Peterson would have been on my roster as soon as that gavel hit the thing. Because what happened after that was, I don't know if you remember, him and the Vikings were like, they didn't like each other, and he was like, I don't want to play for you. And the Vikings were like, okay, like, we gave you the option to be released and you didn't take it, and we're going to trade you to fucking, I forget where they traded him.
Washington.
I don't know. Washington. And it's like, there you go. Like, fuck your career. You were trying to go for the most yards ever? Oh, you wanted that 2,092-yard season that you would have had if we would have handed you the ball instead of went for a fucking crazy-ass Hail Mary? You want that record? Oh, yeah, no, it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Like, so, you have, like, with that dude, he was worth it too. Like, the Ravens are already a team from Baltimore, first of all. Like, when anybody thinks Baltimore, they think The Wire, right? So they think that fucking grizzled, fucking hard-ass, like criminals, but smart. Like, that's what they think of, right? The bad guys, like the villains.
That's all Baltimore's known for, fucking dope and cooker cops.
And they're a black bird, which is badass, like in a villain sense, right? They're a black bird. Their fucking uniforms look like, their uniforms look like fucking an evil villain's costume and shit.
Yeah.
So why not be the
to go
Rock
out
when
and
the
grab
Rock,
the Josh Gordons and shit.
Well, yeah, but you know, like when the Rock was Rock and everybody hated him, and he went out and he was like, it doesn't, like, he's like, hell, what's up at New York? How you feeling? And they went to like, it doesn't matter how you're feeling. Like, he always did shit like that, and even if the crowd loved him, he would hate him like for that reason, why not be them? Why not be the fucking island of misfit toys, like I always say, of these guys that nobody else believes in? Why not? And then I think it would have morphed into, dude, these are the only guys that believed in these guys, and look at their careers after they went there. Like, they weren't wrong. Like, so why not? Yeah, why not be the fucking team full of them guys, right? Full of them. Fuck you, bitch. I'm a walk on. Like, oh, you picked him over me. You picked him over me. Oh, watch what happens. Watch my stats at the end of the year compared to his. Watch. I can get hurt tomorrow and have better stuff. Like, why not be that team instead of going, well, you know, my teammates put 110%. We're real good here. Fuck that. We're Baltimore.
Yeah. You trying to do a couple rounds of battle royale?
Yeah, we do it. Like, you know, we're Baltimore. You come in here again, fucking with a fake punt as your first play, and I guarantee you leave it here without a fucking team. Like that's what you make your persona. Like Philly leaned into it for a while.
Yeah.
Like the Raiders lean into it. Like the Raiders are like, we're fucking assholes. You come here, you might win the game, but you're losing a tooth.
Yeah.
Like that's not like Raiders fans always were. So lean into it because it's not fake either. Like it's not a fake mentality. It's not like we always want to fight. We hate everybody, but it's like.
We know we're good. Go down. Yeah.
Like we know we're good. Why the fuck would we tell you we're not? Why would we downsell who we are? Yeah, we expect to win every game. Yeah, we expect to win every year. Like that's who we are. Like, so fuck you. Oh, Tom Brady, I'm gonna intercept you this week. Watch. And have so many people make outlandish statements like that you don't even remember what the statements were.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, you just gave. Oh fuck. But you just gave me an idea too.
My battery fell out.
You just gave me an idea too about saying the Ravens being that type of team. I wouldn't be mad at if Lamar would leave if we would just go out and get Kaepernick. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, how do we both have like almost simultaneous fucking issues with our fucking controller? Like, what the fuck? I dropped my controller and it took me to save the world, but again. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, my controller fucking. I switched controllers because we're playing Save the World.
I dropped mine when I was trying to tell you what you gave me the idea about, and it must have landed on triangle.
You said you said Kaepernick, or even maybe like if Kaepernick is like, it's like he is older now, like he is more of like he might give you a good year or two, but if you're really trying to transition to another guy, like he's been in his world. Like, number one and only. Like, he hasn't had to worry about anybody else in so long because all this was about him, you know? So he didn't have to worry about, like, grooming somebody up to take his place or whatever. He was like, fuck this. They want this to be. I'm going to fucking be that guy. Like, so he didn't have to be, like, the team player. So I think it would be a situation where he would come in and the receivers and the running backs and all that would play street football like Russell Wilson did at the beginning. And at the beginning, it would be great. But
yeah, he'd have a good season his first year, and then not the second, and then that's where they'll be able to have a bad enough year to get a good quarterback in the draft.
Yeah, or not even like they would have a great year and then get knocked out in the first round of the playoffs over a miscommunication between the quarterback and the receiver, right? Something like that, right? And then he comes back. Then it would be like the Donovan McNabb, Terrell Owens thing. Because that's what happened. Like, he badmouthed them, and then it was like there was bad blood there. So, you know, Kaepernick's cocky. He's like, my name's in history forever. You can see it on his face, and that's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
But you're not a team player anymore. Like, all that team player shit that you've had your whole life, for the last, 2 years, you've had a golfer's mentality.
Yeah, but regardless what he says while not playing or what they say about him in the media, he will come back and just shut up and go to work. He will be completely humble.
But you know what's crazy about him? I loved him and hated him because he was so good about like making plays happen from nothing, but the way he threw the fucking football was not controllable. That's why he had so many overthrows. He never stepped into a throw. Like, he stood flat-footed and threw it, or he jumped up in the air and threw it, or he was running the opposite way. He never, like, stepped in through it, but he was so strong he could force the ball in there or whatever. But then, through that, he didn't learn touch because he was so good with his feet that the coaches were like, well, that's how we're going to win. Fuck it. Like, we don't got to teach him how to throw a perfect fucking rainbow pass because he's not Peyton Manning.
Yeah,
and they
I just say, like, what do we have to lose as the Ravens? Like, if we would go out and do that, if we do lose Lamar, what do we have to lose? We already built a whole team around a familiar system that Kaepernick would fit into. Like,
well, and think about the greatest Ravens of all time, right? When you think about Ravens, you think Ed Reed, you think Ray Lewis, like Chris McAllister, Jamal Lewis. I always wanted to say Charles now. But all these guys are like, they were at their time, maybe not as loudly doing it, but they were like, in your neighborhood, they were the OG black dude, like, right? And these are the biggest names. So you go and sign the guy who took a knee and a career by saying, like, cops are being brutal to black men and I'm not going to stand for it anymore, and you decide to give that dude a second chance, and it works?
Yeah.
Oh, like, oh my God. And if it doesn't work, so?
Right.
Like you said, you have a bad year. Worst case scenario, you get 12th pick, right? 12th pick, if you're not looking for a quarterback necessarily, is number one running back, number one wide receiver, number one right guard, number one left guard, like the guy, you know, like you can get them at that pick. So fuck it, you know?
Yeah.
And then maybe that's when you go spend a bunch of money in the offseason the following year, so people are like, okay, we have a roster, we're still going to buy a ticket. But, yeah, the downside compared to the upside is, like, again, it's one of those things. It's like a business decision based on what, like, 12 people on Twitter said. Like, stop fucking, like, run your like, handle your business like you handle yourself, right? If somebody's like, oh, that's, like, oh, your brother-in-law is the guy who, like, said black guy, like, and you still associate with him, and you go, no, I mean, no, obviously that's a crazy thing. Like, you wouldn't do this shit to your brother-in-law or your brother or your best friend, right? So why, when somebody's like, oh, you're gonna let him play for you?
My brother is, right?
Yeah. No, but what I'm, what I'm saying is, like, a friend or whatever. Like, you're not gonna solely for the reason, he said something dumb, but that either wasn't bad or that wasn't, like, raw. It's an opinion, right? There's no such thing as a right or a wrong opinion, right? So, sure, it might not be, and I have sympathy for this because I, like, when I want to, like, convey a message or whatever, like, I will say the word that hits a little hard, like, right? Or that quick descriptive word. Like I said, with that one word, the black guy in front of me buying up all the thing, I saw that dude. Like, I saw who I thought that dude was, right? Like, this motherfucker's wearing, like, he comes in wearing, like looking like Migos and shit. Like, they're like, let me get that cartridge, let me get that, like, the way he said it was like he was being a little cocky about it or whatever. Like, not because, oh, this selfish black motherfucker, like, that's not what she was saying.
Yeah.
But, like, you wouldn't do that, like, you wouldn't completely diss your friend because this fleeting thing people don't like, and guess what? They're probably going to like him again in 2 years. I mean, Robert Downey Jr. went from a hardcore heroin addict to Iron Man in 3 years. Like, he was unhireable, and then Jon Favreau was like, well, then I can't be the director for this movie because that's Iron Man. And they were like, we love you, Robert. So, like, right? So, like, nobody's really forever that you bounce back, and everybody loves the fucking bounce back story. So you're not gonna like leave your friend. Like honestly, I was saying this. Like the thing that bothered me so much about Jimmy, I'm coming. The thing that bothered me so much about the Jimmy shit is like, it would have taken for me to tell him like I can't fuck with you no more.
Fuck.
I'm coming.
Fucking bullshit.
Yo,
He
maybe,
sucks,
were you
too.
seeing this?
Yeah, I think he's cheating, yo. He
He
sucks.
gotta be, dude. I shot a whole clip at him and he was standing still, and I didn't hit him with one bullet. Fuck, that was crazy. But I like the Jimmy shit. What I was saying was like same thing with you, same thing with Beans. Is what I explained to Michael is like you don't understand. Like I will always like when he said you were dick riding Beanie. Like no, you don't know our relationship. It's not that at all. If you would have known how our relationship was before this, Beanie came to me like it was like he would like gassed me up, and I was always like, can't say nothing, you know what I mean? Like, I was his big brother, and still am. Like, nothing's different just because he started this thing that, like, I contribute a ton to it and make it better. Like, it's not like I'm just like, yeah, I'm here too, you know?
Yeah.
But I said, I'll never need to ride his dick. I said, like, I want to say good things about him in front of people because none of y'all know who he was, and like you see this person and that's who he was his whole life, right? But not at all. Like not at all. He was a flaky, like relied on drugs or alcohol
Like,
to do it.
He deserves compliments.
Never,
like he made it
way
more than anybody fucking expected him to.
And I say he did something that I don't think I could do. Is he decided I worked up
the courage to do it, but I can say that he was better at it than me. Like I tried it and had to come right the fuck back.
But here's the thing. That's not to belittle you. I said the same thing to you. Like, it's hard as shit to like, I'm just going to go here and, like, I'm not going to have my life at all that I have now, but let's see if it's better, you know? But what he did was, like, he had the little Honda or whatever it was, and he put all this stuff in it that didn't even fill the back seat in that little car, by the way. Like, he left for Florida without a place to stay, without a job, and I was mad at him, wrongfully so, because he just found out he was having a son, and I thought like he was walking away from his kid. But since then, I realized like he's a lot better for him in Florida even than he would be in Pennsylvania because he'd be a fucking wreck. Still. Yeah. So I didn't understand that then. I just was like, I would never be able to like be 1 minute without my kids. I don't know how you're fucking just leaving for Florida now. Like, you were here for 20-something years, and now you're gonna leave when you fucking.
Yeah, that's the side of things. People, because I would always, they'd be like, "Why are you not going or whatever?" Like, I'd be like, "Yo, like because I can't just leave my kids and shit." They're like, "But if you stay here, you're gonna be somebody that you don't want your kids seeing." Like, and then they try to talk me into it.
Yeah, but I like my thing is, but if I go, I'll be somebody that they won't be seeing. Like I can pretend in front. I can pretend in front of my kids. I can make like Brittany's dad was an expert at it. Like Brittany's dad, like when they were together, like was Superman. But right when he dropped her off at home, he picked up his girl and they had a needle in her arm in 10 minutes. Like, but he could be like a dad that somebody would be proud of. And a fucking heroin addict, like, and that's the same thing. Like for my kids, I can be anything. Like I can fucking, like I'll move water with my mind. I'll figure like if that's what I like, you know, that's in my head. That's what it is. So leaving him's not an option. And if God forbid, if something were to happen to him, I would rather be here and be like, Dad, you fucked me up because you drank in front of me my whole life. Then, Dad, where the fuck were you when this person fucked me? Like, you know what I mean? Like, fucked me up. Like, where were you to protect? Like, I'd rather have the watching you drink hurt, because you could also have the watching you drink made me not drink, right? But there's no way to spin you abandoned me. Like, there's no way to spin that. And I would never in a million years want for my kids for a second to think that I like, and no matter what, people are gonna think you took the easy way out. They're gonna think you ran, when really they don't realize that you're fucking like dying inside here, because all that's here is memories of shit that that you cherished in life, that you loved in life. Yeah, like, oh look, there's a memory of all the things that I loved about my life. And alright, I'm gonna go back to talk to my probation officer and then check in with BCP at 5. So cool. Should have went to Florida. You know, like, and that's what B was headed to. Like, he was headed to like doing something. Beanie, I always saw if like Beanie and Brent were like, I said like Brent was either gonna be a fucking like a scientist or a like not serial killer, but like the guy that they pin it on.
Yeah.
The guy that they were like, yo, can you hold this for me, bro? Like, I can't get caught with it. I got 2 strikes, and it's a fucking murder weapon. You know what I mean? He was trying to be nice and be a good homie. Like, that's, and same with Beanie. Like, he always got caught up in John's shit. And he always ended up taking the brunt of it. So I always worried that, like, Beanie was going to be the guy that my kids write him letters as a project for school, because I wouldn't ever take him to see him in person, because I didn't want him to see him like that. He could have easily been that. Like, the guy that, like, runs cell block C because his 2 buddies are the biggest, and he's got the fucking cigarette fucking connection. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he could have easily been that, too. But he decided to, whatever it was, like, I think what it was, well, to get to it, like I said to Michael, that, it's, like, for me to say, like, if Brittany was like, I think I want to go on vacation to Florida this year. I'm like, fucking Florida? You know how far that is? Like, you know what could happen between here and Florida? We're not flying. Like, that's where my mind goes. Just the daunting task of going there to have fun. This motherfucker's like, I'm gonna move there. I'm gonna be homeless. Like, I'll get a job eventually. At least I'll be on warm streets. Like, I'm gonna make it work. Yeah. And with everybody else saying, dude, just don't do it. Like, we'll figure it out. Like, we'll get you a job here. We will help you. And he was like, I don't want your help. I'm gonna do. Like, I think this will work. Like, I really think like this. Like,
yeah,
this
I mean,
is what,
people
like, I
underestimate him. I'm sure he thought it out like thoroughly, and he kind of, sort of, like had like, okay, I can make it work either way it goes. And people just automatically assumed that he would fail. But that probably also is more of the reason why he didn't.
I don't think they assumed he'd fail. I think they assumed he wouldn't follow through. He's not a finisher of things. Well, he wasn't a finisher of things. Beanie used to, like, he could get the job, but then he got bored doing the job because it's the same job every day. So he would just quit. No matter how much he was making at that job, no matter, like, if it could secure him a future, he's like, yeah, but, like, I don't want to fucking be there. I gotta go there every day, and, like that was always his thought process and shit. So if you don't want to do something, I'm not gonna do it. And that, like, ultimately is not a bad way of thinking, honestly, because if it works, it worked on your terms. And if it doesn't work, you weren't afraid to see if it worked.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So, but he, against that, like, going against, it's hard, if somebody tells you, like, dude, trust me, I've done this before, like, I'm telling you this to protect, and you still go, no, I'm gonna do it. Like, that person, like, if they feel like they're giving you good advice, is gonna feel some type of way about it.
Yeah.
And I'm sure a lot of people did. Like that's fucked up. Like, your whole family's here, this and that. Like, and you're just gonna go fucking start a life somewhere else. Like, you're gonna go try and be better somewhere else instead of being better here. Like, and I'm sure he got all that.
Yep.
But he was still like, I mean, I'm gonna do it. And then he starts going live, and then people are like, oh, look, he's doing good for himself. And then it's like, Bean Donna, like, fucking, what's up, everybody? Like, you know, this comes along from it. And he also, not for nothing, but, like, works on $1 million cars and runs the shop, right? And has people under him and is responsible for, like, all of the work that goes out to these cars for, like, you know, he's done, like, pro wrestlers' cars. He's done all that shit. So he's gone from the person who you can't trust he's going to answer his phone in the morning to a person that is trusted with $1 million business, you know? Yeah. And he did it all because he didn't listen to all of you. So, like, and that's why, like I said, I was like, dude, he was a knucklehead. He was never going to be anything because he had all the talent in the world to do whatever he wanted, but he just didn't want to be anything. He wanted to wake up, get stoned, go ride a skateboard, maybe take a nap, maybe play video games, like go online, try and fucking meet up with 2 different girls tonight, and then go home, go to sleep, and do it all again tomorrow and see what he could do different. Like, that's, like, I guarantee you, I probably just explained, like, what Beanie would explain as his dream life and shit. Like, that's just who he was. Like, so to be different, and not to be different because everybody was like, you shouldn't be that way, bro. Like, you should really try and get your shit together. He wanted to be different because he was like, all right, I'm done now. I got a kid, and I had my fun, and he did it. Like, so yeah, I'm gonna say nice things about him. I'm not riding his dick just because you can't be nice to somebody without it being so fake that it's riding their dick. Like, that's not me. Sorry. Like, but yeah, but I said, like, he's come a long way, and all that. I said, so, I said, and, like, not for nothing, but in, like, my bad times, like, when I was going through it, like, he's the one that, like, told me, like, if you give up, then all that advice you gave me to keep going was pointless, and I, like, built my success off a lie. Like, so don't make me build my success off a lie. Don't let it take you over, because you can handle it, because, you know, you've handled worse. And, like, he said, like, you know, like, you told me to stop fucking getting my own way and do this and do that, and, you know, one of the reasons, so stop fucking getting your own way and shit. Like, it helped a ton. And that was at the time where, like, I had no idea if anybody was ever going to talk to me again because they all worked for Jimmy and shit. So, but it was like the first person to go, no, I'm Team Ricky. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I told him, and, like, if you're jealous, because I think that's what it is with him. I think that's what it was with Blurry. I think it's they only see, like, they've never met me. The whole time they've known him, they've never met me. So as far as they're concerned, I don't exist. And then all of a sudden, I start doing these live things, and it's like, why the fuck did I know for a fact that first waffle we did, that we had the 450 likes, that, like, even all the other streamers were like, damn, that's crazy. Like, I know Blurry and Michael were mad because that all came from me and Beanie talking about, like the way you make those things fun and how we could do it. Like, and we were just sitting there talking about it. He goes, well, fuck it, yo. Like, I got $60 in my Cash App. He's like, let's go live and just give some shit away and see how many likes we can get. He was like, he's like, I got $60 I can give away. He was like, if we get to, like, 200 shares, like, that would be awesome. Like, Facebook charges fucking a ton for that. And he was like, so 200 is my goal. And we were at fucking 225 minutes. And then we have 450. And then that came from me and him talking and me saying, fuck yeah, let's try that. Like, let's do that. And they're not able to do it because they know it's all on Beanie when it's them, right? So, but they see this person they never met before, like, coming in and all of a sudden, like, having sway over Beanie or having, like having his ear or whatever. And I think they were all fucking I think they all hated it. And fucking, that was part of their problem. But, I told him, like, yeah, I saw Beanie when he was nothing, right? And I told him that, like, everybody else told him he was that. Like, that chick he was dating, I forget her name now, I don't care what her name is, but she had, like, a boy name. Nah, the blonde girl, that he lived with.
The one from Hamburg?
It's not Nikki, what's her name? I forget her name, it doesn't matter, really. But anyway, she had him thinking when he moved in with me that he was nothing and shit. Like, he really didn't like himself, and I was like, well, no, that's stupid, you know. And like, he lived with me, and I probably told you, he probably told you, but during the time he lived with me, he loves, and it's funny, Beanie loves big girls. He'll never admit it, but Beanie loves big girls. He used to go on my AOL and always, when you can look at your history, it's like, you know, BBW, like, he loved big, and, you know, he's not one of it. There's nothing wrong with it. He's just scared to admit it, but, so I was like, yeah, so I told him, anyway, so he went to this, he hooked up with this girl, he met her online, went to her house, and fucking typical Beanie has no money, and takes a tablet from her house. Well, it turns out it was her 8-year-old kid's tablet. So now Beanie just stole from a kid, right? Kind of hard to really, like, say, all right, guys, take it easy, you know, like, there's no way he didn't know it was the kids, right? But he was desperate or whatever. And even then, like, I told Beanie, I was like, look, like, you don't fucking, like, you know what it's like when you don't have money for, like, shit that you want, you know what I mean? Like, imagine now, like, not having a house, not having a car. You used to have all these things, like, not having all these things and staying with your brother. And, oh, by the way, you can't get your license back, so you pay all your fines. But you can't pay all your fines, so you get a job. You can't get a job because you're in Fleetwood and there's nowhere out here hiring that'll pay you enough. That, like I said, so now imagine all that. And now imagine, at the time he was this, I said, now imagine being an alcoholic. Right? And having all that happen, right? And now, like, and you have to figure out a way to feed that habit. Like, so yeah, you do things that, God, you wish with all your might you never did, but, oh, fuck, I got him, but he fucking sniped me. I got him, he's down. So imagine that, like, I think that was always been my best personality. I think that's the one thing about me that if anybody says, we're going to change everything about who you are, except for one thing, what was it? I would say that it would be, like, the ability to look at things from another person's point of view and not immediately call someone, like, evil because they fucking, like, what is going on? I'm like fucking Akon's situation, where he didn't know a girl was 18. He didn't really ask either, but, he didn't know she was 18, and then oh man, I'm not getting out of here. And then all of a sudden he's, you know, like, a pedophile, like, not like R. Kelly, a real one. He's named one, though, because he didn't tell him she wasn't 18.
I just have to get your card. Well,
yeah, that's fine, I don't care.
I might not even still be able to get out of here.
No, I think, no, maybe not. I don't know. It's taking 5 now. If you would have got that ham, you might have been good. Oh, you got spray. Hit that, oh, that doesn't heal you when you're in the storm. Fuck!
Fuck!
And he's number 2. He got second fucking place. But yeah, like somebody like that. Now Akon, you know, like what Akon's doing in fucking the Dominican Republic right now? No, Haiti. Like Akon is single-handedly, he's single-handedly the reason they have electric. Again, so everybody was like, "Oh, he's a rapist. I can't be with somebody like that." Like and I mean this from the bottom of my heart with like all my friends. If somebody came to me and said, like, "Yo, that dude like drugs girls and takes them home and fucks them," I would be like, "Who told you?" And I would say, "This person, this person, and this person." I'm like, "I know all 3 of them bitches and I don't trust them." Like, there's a video. Can I see it? All right, well, he likes to role play, so she was probably into that shit. Like, you don't know the context of before or after. Like, I would do all that, and I would say, and then worst case at the end of it, I would say, look, like, people make mistakes. I'm not going to say anything about it now. I hope to God it's not true, but if it is true, I hope he, like with the Crystalia thing, like what they all did is great. Like, it's not right what he did, but you don't know all of it. You know this very one thing he did, and you're judging him based off of that. Like, I know as a person who he is, and I know as a person when I was at my lowest, he was there when he couldn't really afford to be, like, shit like that. Like, at the worst, that's what I would say. So I'm going to at least give him, like, what he's deserved and not form a judgment until like, you know, he tells it to me, because we have that type of, so like no matter who, like all of my friends and shit, like I would do it, and I would like, I'd almost look at it to me, that's a fucking story for later. Like, if you really, like, if this person's ride or die, you're ride or die and shit, and you know that's not changing, you're like, yo, you remember when every fucking body, like, hated you? Like, or like, you remember, like, out of everybody who fucking said I was a piece of shit and this and that, like, you're the only one that, like, called me and asked me if I was okay. Like, you're the only person that came to see me in jail. Shit like that. At the very least, I'd probably be that. I'd be indifferent to their face, but, like, as I was doing the interview, I'd be texting you and be like, yo, what do you hear about this interview I'm doing? Yeah. like, here's what I said. Like, what do you want me to say to him next time? You want me to smooth it over? Like, give you mine? Don't, like, shit like
and
that.
by the way, you're on speaker.
And it's, yeah. And I think now, like, obviously it wasn't that way a little bit ago because we learned how that was. But, like, I think everybody that I still consider, like Matt, even though I was talking to him, like Beans, you, all that, it would be the same way. Like you heard Ricky did this? Like, get the fuck out of here is your first response, right? Like, no, like, your first response is like, nah, that's crazy. Like, what's his name? Fuck, the super bad dudes, the chubby dude, Jonah
Hill?
Seth Rogen and Jonah Hill, right? After this match, I gotta wake my kids up and take them to school, then I'll come back home and play. But Seth Rogen and Jonah Hill, said that they would never act, direct, or be part of anything that James Franco does ever again, because he used his fame to sleep with, like, acting school students.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't drug them, he didn't force them, he charmed them because he had a position of power, and used it to his advantage. Like, every guy, like, it's the only reason on the planet that 90% of the guys are successful, because they want to use that success for pussy.
Yeah.
Like, that's it. And by the way, there's fucking old lady female fucking producers and shit in Hollywood getting fucking their pussy nommed on for the same fucking thing.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
you don't think
Nom,
that
nom,
shit?
nom,
You're
nom,
out of
nom.
your fucking mind. Yep, and he's got to do it and smile, even though she looks like his mom.
Yeah.
Like, or he doesn't get the non-speaking role and look who's talking for.
Yep.
Like, they're doing it too. So it's like this dude had all these girls eating out of the palm of his hand and promised them, which he followed up with on everyone, and even the ones who didn't take him up on his offer of help, that he could help them with their career. And oh my God, they wanted to sit on fucking like Green Goblin's dick. Nah, really? Really? That dude was in a Marvel movie, and they sat on his dick, and and they didn't want to. Like, it was only because he was hypnotizing them. Like, fuck off. They've done the same thing. Jonah Hill has Seth Rogen has a hot fucking wife. You know why he has a hot fucking wife? Because he did something and used that thing to charm her into fucking him. That's it. Because before he was famous, he was not fucking anybody. Like,
Yep.
you know what I mean? Like, so for them to say, oh well, he did it. It's a professional environment. Like, bro, you're in a Harvey Weinstein movie that hasn't even come out yet. Like, so you did the movie after the shit. Like, don't act like you got fucking integrity about a dude wanting pussy in his fucking 20s where he's on top of the world and can literally have it all. Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. You're not a fucking real friend. That's why, like, and I loved all their movies and they were like, it always seemed like, oh, those are dudes that were like fucking be funny. But like, they were so quick to be like, what a terrible person. I can't believe I ever associated with that piece of shit. Like, huh? Like, god damn.
Yeah.
And it sucks for like, it's a weird selfish way to explain it. It sucks for like someone like me when like all that, like when the shit's happening with me or whatever. It's like, it sucks when you go through life with like rose-colored glasses and you think everybody is like down for you, like you're down for them or whatever, and then like shit happens to prove that wrong, and you're like, yeah, but I mean, this is just like a crazy thing that happened, like big misunderstanding, and then you're like, oh shit, they just abandoned their friend because he fucking a chick practically begged him to choke her. Like, huh. And you see all of them doing that, and people turning their backs on, like, politics and shit. Like, Donald Trump had how many people telling him, you should run for president when he was a Democrat? Like, the same people that are, like, racist?
Yep.
Now, all because they don't want to stop making their dirty money on the side. So, if they go against the party, then their party doesn't back them, and then they lose, and then... So, you know, Donald, like... And whatever, the dude's not a great person, but, like... You can't take pictures with somebody smiling, laughing, inviting him to your wedding, and then saying, like, he's always been a monster, he's never not been a monster. Okay, well then why did you have him fucking christen your daughter?
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, and it's, when you're like, damn, the whole world's like that. Because you start to question, like, everything, like, even with Beanie, like, when the whole shit made me sensitive to, like, when Beanie didn't, and I told Beanie the same thing when you and Blurry got in your thing.
Yeah.
And he was like, I'm just trying to calm it down between them. Like, I'm not on anybody's side. I don't even want to be in this, and I shouldn't be. This is between two men. Right? And he was like, they're both mad at me. I said, but you got to think like this, Beans. Like, you've known Blurry for 2 years. And right, that's not, in and of itself, that's not reason enough to be like...
That's not a determining
factor. But I've been your
shit.
boy. But I've been your boy forever. He's not. It doesn't matter, because there's been people that have been my friends forever that I didn't realize have been stealing from me the whole time. Like, you know what I mean? Like, time is not a relevant factor. You can't help you didn't meet that person until this time. But then, like, you brought me into this thing, asking me if I could do this thing, and I've done all of those, and never said like, all right, well, what are you thinking about money-wise? Like, I never said anything about it. Then didn't push the issue when, like, I wasn't being called out by name as, like, part of the team. And then, like, this motherfucker disrespects me, and you are from where I am from. And this is how we handle things. Sorry, when we go back to our primal instinct is, I'm gonna fuck you up. Like, alright, bitch, you're gonna do that, but I'm gonna fuck you up, and you're gonna be fucking feeling this shit a lot longer than I'm gonna feel fucking the hurt from the words you said to me. Like, you ain't never gonna fucking not piss blood again. You know, like, that's where we're from. We're gonna fucking scare the shit out of you, and we want you to lose a fight in your head before we even fight. Like that's how it is. We want to say whatever it is to get there. So you can't say, well, you threaten violence or whatever. I said, and also, like I said, Drew contributes. Like I said, you can't even say the number because it's not a percentage, because any percent of 0 is 0. Like, so Drew contributes an infinite amount more to the overall look and vibe of this thing that you love than Blurry does. Everything Blurry contributes, I have to replace him and fix. And he's a fucking cocky douchebag. Like, right? So all these things are a factor. I said, but also, like, think about, like, if you were on a job site, right? Because you're saying, like, professionally, you got to be the middleman, blah, blah, blah. I said, think about if you were on a job site, right? And like, a customer, like, one of Drew's customers called you a piece of shit thief because he thinks or called you like the help or some shit like that, like outright disrespected you, even if they didn't realize they were doing it, they did it. I said, do you think that even if, like, Drew owned the company, he's not gonna be like, fuck you, nigga, what'd you say? Like, you don't think that he's gonna do that shit and then be like, later on maybe be like, yo, Beans, but that one part of it, can you, like, try and work on that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, and it's the same thing with me. It's like, I think we expect that because we do it. Like, I told Beanie, I blindly will defend you no matter what. If I know you're guilty, I'm going to defend you and try to make you look innocent so you don't make me look stupid. But now we're both in this shit. I'm in this, like, my skin's in it as much as yours is. So, like, that's the way I look at it. No fucking Facebook page or a group of people or anything that, like, you can redo in a different way is gonna change that. That's not gonna change because I all of a sudden have this thing, because fundamentally I am who I am, and, like, a code and morals and ethics and shit are way more important long run. I'm coming. Than but that's way more important long run than like, we're making $300 this month. Like, even if it was $3,000 this month, because, like, every rising star falls, right? But some of the ones, when they're falling, they were nice to everybody on their way up, so they kind of help them fall slower. But the ones that were dicks to everybody on the way up and that turned their back on the people that cared, well, they go through the ground. They're going so fast, you know? Yeah. So, like, I said, so those morals and ethics, like, whether you think they make you a good person or a bad person, if it's a code you live by, you got to stick to the code, even when it's hard, even when maybe the person that you have, like, that you got to stand up for and give the benefit of the doubt isn't right. But you got to explain that there's context to every situation, and you know him more than just, like, you guys know him here being this argumentative person. Like, you don't realize it's not really serious most of the time. It's just, like, that's his brand of fucking, like, who he is, you know what I mean? Like, how did I miss this guy standing still again? You know, like, even an explanation and a like, Drew, I get it, but can we not, like, threaten, but, like, and I get it, like we're gonna figure it out and even talk to him, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I feel like. You don't ever talk to these people that cause the problems that you bitch about and then want to act like, oh, I'm shutting the doors, like, and that's why I thought with Michael, with that shit with Michael, like, I didn't think Beanie defended me, and I was like done, dude. I was done. Like, I was like, this motherfucker went in here and embarrassed me in front of all these people, said all this shit about me, and, like, I messaged Beanie after this thing, and he didn't respond to me, and I was like, okay, so, like, that's fine. That, like, that's just telling me that that's okay behavior,
Right.
in your eyes. Because he did that to me and we didn't address it immediately. Like, every second spent not addressing it is a percentage more disrespectful to me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, because you're allowing for this amount of time that person to think what they did was not incorrect. Like, but then I found out that he did like don't ever fucking do that shit to my brother, especially in front of me again. I'll just fucking, you won't be like, he told me he was gonna wipe him off the page and shit. Michael told me, but I didn't think that because he was always defending everybody else doing that shit, and I was like, you're being Dongo's second, you're my little fucking brother before all of it, and like, that's, I think, what bothered, like, that I thought that his shit lied with, like, this thing that he eventually wanted to make his nest egg, because I'll fucking burn a nest egg to the ground if I feel like, especially, like, with the Michael thing, like, if I feel like me choosing that over, like, my brother's well-being, like, something like that, where, like, he said something to hurt, and you know it did, so now, like, any other thing but taking his side will, like, hurt him, like, really, and, like, you don't know how bad, you don't know the outcome, like, then sorry, but you have to stand up for that person no matter what, because the thing they did won't be remembered soon, but, like, how you react to having an opportunity to, you know, be there for them, he'll always remember that shit. And God forbid, like, it was the last straw for him or something, and he didn't, like, stand up for, like, all these things. Like, it's more important. Like, you're my brother before you're everything except for a dad. Like you're a brother and a son and all that before everything else except for father. Like, that's, like, over everything, because, yeah, no, you can't guarantee ever that, damn, I just sniped that dude twice on the run and hit him dead ass on. But you can't really guarantee ever that, like, somebody's not going to abandon you or not have your back, but, like, house money's on, if you could, it would be your fucking family. So, don't burn that bridge, you know what I mean? don't be the reason that the relationship is fractured. Like, be the person who tried to fix it or whatever, you know, so. And like it or not, too, like, the fire and the whole thing is going to evolve as everything else evolves, and like Facebook Live probably won't even be a thing in 2 years. You know what I mean? Like, think about like, what do they call it shit? Like Musically and the fucking Vine shit. All that shit comes and goes, so that might not even be nothing. So you might, if you don't evolve with it, you might not even have nothing soon. Or you might just say, fuck it, it's not worth it. But it was worth it enough in that moment to choose it over what you knew needed to be done, you know? And not for nothing, but like knowing me and knowing that I don't like, I don't like fighting with anybody in public, first of all. I don't like having like negativity on me publicly, really. I just don't, like, I'll try and avoid it at any cost and handle it in private. So knowing that about me, and this dude still, that's the person that this dude attacked.
Yeah.
Like that, like, it doesn't matter, it's blind, you say, like, in front of everybody, like, which is hypocritical of me to say, because I say you don't, like, judge somebody for one thing, but in the moment, you can say, like, you need to go fucking cool down, and when you come back, you need to, like, have something to say or something, just something like that, that's like, you need to know I'm not on your side. Get the fuck out of here, you know?
Fucking motherfucker, I didn't even know you was dead. I was about to be like,
yeah,
I expected you at least.
No, I was down for a little bit. Alright, I'm gonna get my kids ready for school and shit, and I'll be back on.
White power.
How dare you? Be
I'm
better, Drew.
I'm gonna try.
One day at a time. One day at a time. You know, we're gonna keep